call this meeting of Finance Committee back to order. Good morning, members. I will ask the lady member from Georgetown West to open us in prayer.
Good morning. Let us pray. God of wisdom, we ask for your guidance in this day as you steward the resources that's entrusted to us as members of Parliament. Dear God, we ask you to grant us clarity in our decision. We ask you to grant us integrity with our actions. And dear Father, remind us to be united in the purpose that we're sent here by our people to do. Let us say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Thank you, Ms. McGaw-Lumsden. Members, we are left with two ministries to examine: the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Health. As we know from the schedule that was provided, we will deal with the Ministry of Tourism and therefore the appropriations to the Minister of Tourism. And I would invite the Minister to give us some brief opening remarks in regards to his appropriation. And I note that he has distributed this electronically and also the detailed spreadsheet with all of his appropriations and the explanations for any of the changes in those output groups. Honourable Deputy Premier.
Mr. Chairman, good morning, and thank you very much for that. I'd also like to thank the member from Georgetown West for that lovely prayer this morning, because we all know we could do it a lot this morning. As I saw the member from Georgetown Central put out a second pair of glasses, so. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development 2026 to 2027 budget. I look forward to providing this Finance Committee with a more in-depth understanding of the Ministry's planned expenditure over this budget period. It is 7 months since I assumed responsibility for this ministry. I've spent these months listening to industry partners, to public servants, to visitors, and most importantly, to Caymanians whose livelihood depends on the growth and success of our tourism industry. What I have learned has influenced not only the budget before you today, but the strategic direction of the ministry for the years ahead. I won't pretend the road ahead will be easy. There's a lot to fix and even more to create. I will not stand here and claim to have all the answers, but I do have a clear vision for success and the determination to leave our industry better than I found it. One thing is certain: under my leadership, it will not be business as usual. Change is happening. For 2026, the Ministry of Tourism and Trade's operating budget is $30.7 million, of which $2.8 million is for the core ministry, and $27.9 million is allocated to the Department of Tourism. In 2027, the budget increases to $31 million, of which $2.9 million is allocated to core ministry operations and $28 million to the Department of Tourism. Overall, this reflects a budgetary increase of $3.4 million, or 13% for 2026, and $0.3 million for 2027. Of the $3.4 million increase in 2026, $1.5 million is required to cover increased personnel costs, including the unbudgeted cost of living allowance awarded to staff last December 2024, plus pension and health insurance obligations. $1.5 million is earmarked for supplies and consumables, which includes items such as professional fees, advertising, marketing, and essential travel. The remaining $400,000 pertains to a change in reporting standards for leases, which has led to a sharp increase in the recording of depreciation. The Department of Tourism has responsibility for marketing and promoting the Cayman Islands, product development, tourism-related training, and providing industry support. The department's budget of $27.9 million in 2026 and $28 million in 2027 is invested in global campaigns, digital advertising, airline partnerships, and industry development initiatives. These investments ensure that Cayman remains visible, competitive, and compelling to travelers. With a modest increase in the budget for 2026 that remains relatively flat for 2027, the Ministry and the Department of Tourism, like many other entities within government, are tasked to become more efficient with service delivery and more discerning with the initiatives we support. Prudent fiscal management will be emphasized without losing sight of the human impact of our decisions and without compromising standards or quality of service. We will also explore opportunities to strengthen our revenue base and diversify our tourism product to support the industry's continued growth and, by extension, growth in our economy. 4 strategic priority pillars. For this first budget cycle under my watch, my ministry's focus will continue on 4 priority pillars, which I will speak to individually. They are: 1, sustaining and growing the tourism industry; 2, training and empowering Caymanians; 3, enhancing the tourism product; and 4, trade diversification. Every initiative pursued, every project approved, and every dollar spent by my ministry will connect to one or more of these 4 pillars, and in turn will contribute to the government's broad incomes relating to building a diversified, resilient economy that supports prosperity and innovation, supporting a highly skilled and adaptable Caymanian population, and ensuring sustainable infrastructure and environment development that protects our natural resources. This overarching framework will guide us in being more fiscally responsible and transparent in delivering meaningful results that serve the long-term best interests of our people. Pillar 1, sustaining and growing the tourism industry. Industry performance from January to September 2025. Mr. Chair, with that framework established, I now turn to the Ministry's first priority pillar, sustaining and growing the tourism industry. Responsible growth begins with a clear understanding of where the industry stands in order to chart where we aspire to be. I will begin with a brief look at the industry's recent performance, followed by the growth forecasted for this budget period. Stayover arrivals. Starting with the stayover sector. Between January and September of this year, our islands welcomed 338,385 air arrivals, which is up 2.4% from 2024 and is the 3rd highest total for this period in our recorded history. For 2026 and 2027, air arrivals are forecast to increase by approximately 2% year over year. Our accommodation sector offers 8,426 rooms across all 3 islands, which is an increase of 316 rooms compared to September 2024. Importantly, the market continues to evolve. Hotels make up 33% of room stock, apartment and condos account for 50%, and guest houses and villas contribute to 17%, allowing us to serve a wide range of visitors and budgets. In 2026, the opening of 2 new hotel properties will increase our national inventory to 8,908 rooms. 1 GT will add 100 rooms, and the Grand Hyatt, which will be the largest hotel in Cayman, will add 382 rooms, creating jobs, expanding our product, and reinforcing our position as a desirable and resilient vacation destination. I just want to go with some of the rooms stock by property category. In Grand Cayman, we have 4,100 apartment and condos. We have 1,283 guest house villas, and we have 2,654 hotel rooms, which make a total of 8,037 in Grand Cayman. In Cayman Brac, we have 55 apartments and condos, 102 guest houses and villas, 71 hotel rooms, which make up 228 rooms of the inventory. Little Cayman has 49 apartments and condos, 45 guest houses, villas, and 67 hotel rooms, which make up 161 of the Little Cayman sector. In total, we have 4,204 apartment condos, 1,430 guest houses, villas, and 2,792 hotel rooms, which make up the total complement of availability of 8,426. Tourism accommodation tax. Revenue collected between January and September 2025 from tourism accommodation charges, commonly known as TAT or TAT, was 36.2 million, up 1.8 million or 8.13% for the same period in 2024. TAT collection for the full year of 2025 is projected to be $46 million. For 2026, the Ministry of Tourism is forecasting the TAT revenue to be at $48.8 million, rising to $49.1 million in 2027. I'd like to talk about the airlift outlook for January to April 2026. From December and into 2026, we look forward to the strongest growth in airlift capacity our islands have seen in recent years, which is extremely positive for winter and spring arrivals and very exciting news for the industry. 55,000 more seats will be added to our destination between January and April 2026, raising seat capacity to 358,512. This represents an increase of 18% compared to the same period of 2025. As well as growth in seats, the number of flights into our islands will climb by 23% to 2,196, which is 411 more flights than January to April of 2025. This includes service from Porter Airlines, a brand new carrier to our islands that will be operating from Toronto starting in December. Porter Airlines initially announced a once-weekly service and have already increased to 3 times weekly due to customer demand before the service has even been launched. Porter is also introducing service from Ottawa, which is a first for Cayman, and also improves access for travelers coming from Quebec and Montreal. And that's not all, Mr. Chair. JetBlue and Spirit Airlines will be reintroducing service from Fort Lauderdale. Delta Airlines will be offering service from Detroit and New York, which are 2 new gateways for them. And as of October, American Airlines resumed its daily Miami overnight service and is increasing its Chicago service to daily operations from December. United Airlines is also expanding its service out of Chicago from the 1st of January 2026. These new markets are due to demand from high-value markets. These new services are due to demand from high-level markets and reflects the Department of Tourism's successful airline strategy and strong partnerships with international carriers. Mr. Chair, this island is going to be very busy with more airlines, more flights, and more seats coming into Cayman, creating more opportunities for our Caymanians. This is welcome news for industry, particularly with our taxis, attractions, restaurants, retailers, tour operators, and hoteliers. I'd also like to discuss the cruise sector and the FCCA overview from Minister Rebanks, and I attended the FCCA last month in Puerto Rico. Looking now at the cruise sector, I know that people who work in this sector were worried about their future and the future of cruise tourism in Cayman, following the outcome of the referendum on cruise piers. Having recently met with cruise line executives at the FCCA conference, I am pleased to report that our cruise sector is not disappearing, and I am now in a position to provide the country with an update based on those discussions. 12 meetings were held over 2 days with various cruise executives, and they each reaffirmed Cayman's position as a high-demand port of call. While there is a strong guest satisfaction with our island's safety, cleanliness, and natural beauty, They also spoke candidly about our tourism product and areas that we must improve. Tendering remains the most significant operational challenge, particularly for larger vessels and during peak arrivals. The visitor experience at Public Beach needs attention, and there are concerns about jet ski safety, limited swim zones, and insufficient amenities for passengers. Attractions such as Pedro St. James and the Cayman Turtle Center are underutilized, which means opportunities exist to make these experiences more interactive to increase visitation. Passenger spend is flattening because nearly 45% of cruise passengers are repeat guests and are already familiar with our attractions. Coincidentally, 45% of stayover visitors are also repeat guests, which highlights a need for more authentic and culturally rich experiences and activities for guests to enjoy when they visit Cayman. Overall, the discussions at FCCA were productive, and the forecasts for passenger arrivals are positive, with Georgetown remaining on the itineraries of several major cruise lines, including Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, MSC, Carnival, and Disney. I'd like to talk about the cruise arrivals forecasts for 2025 to 2026. For 2025, passenger arrivals are forecast to be 1.1 million from 363 ship calls, rising to 1.3 million passengers from 449 ship calls in 2026. Those numbers are correct as of 6th of November 2025 and reflect the cruise line's confidence in our islands. For 2027, early projections estimate 1.7 million passengers and over 500 ship calls, but those figures are likely to change up or down given that it's still 2 years away. I am also exploring the possibility of having more ship calls going to Cayman Brac to bring a regular economic boost to that island. Since returning home from the FCCA conference, I have had a further call with one of the cruise lines to advance that discussion, and I look forward to making an announcement when a positive agreement is reached. I sincerely hope this update will allow the business and operators who work in this sector to breathe a little easier and feel more hopeful about the future. It is looking bright, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, in addition to the jobs and livelihoods it supports, cruise tourism is an important financial contributor to our economy. According to a report released by the FCCA on the economic contribution of cruise tourism to destination economies, cruise passengers visit Cayman spend an average of $116 per person in 2023 and 2024, placing Cayman 9th above 33 destinations. Applying that average spend to the passenger forecast, cruise passengers will contribute over $129.2 million in 2025 and $159.6 million in 2026 to our economy. This is in addition to the passenger fees collected by the Port Authority that cruise lines submit for every passenger aboard their ships. Economic contribution is an important measure of success, but it only tells part of the story. The true value of tourism lies in how the revenue translates into training, development, and opportunities for our people. Opportunities that strengthen the industry, make it more inclusive, and ultimately enhance the experience for our visitors. Pillar 2, training and empowering Caymanians. I'd like to touch on scholarships and training. This is why Pillar 2 focuses on training and empowering Caymanians. As Minister, I am determined to ensure that tourism is a catalyst for opportunity and advancement, preparing our people for the jobs of tomorrow, especially as AI becomes increasingly embedded in daily operations. Tourism must work for Caymanians, and Caymanians must work in tourism. That principle underpins my approach to training and the Ministry's investments in workforce development. To this end, funding for TP12, Tourism Scholarships and Training, has increased from $1.1 million annually to $1.45 million to allow more Caymanians to pursue tertiary education and skills development training. And this enhanced level of funding will continue through 2027. With training costs rising year over year, the ministry's allocation for scholarship and training was consistently underfunded, requiring supplementary top-ups to meet its obligations to students. To correct this, the budget now provides an additional $350,000 each year, which is more in line with actual costs and should eliminate the need for supplemental funding during the budget period. I'd like to talk about Department of Tourism training budget. The Department of Tourism's education focus outputs, TOU 16 and TOU 19, will also see significant increases over this budget cycle. TOU 16 relates to tourism sustainability programs and will increase from $2.2 million in 2025 to $2.6 million in 2026 and $2.66 million in 2027, reflecting a 20% increase over 2 years. TOU 19 relates to tourism education and awareness programs and will increase from $1.4 million in 2025 to $2.2 million in 2026 and $2.3 million in 2027, reflecting a 58% increase over 2 years. These investments are directed at providing Caymanians with skills and qualifications to assume roles within the tourism industry. If our people are expected to participate, we must ensure they have the training, resources, and pathways to succeed. That is how we build a future workforce and a future industry led by Caymanians. Pillar 3, enhancing the tourism product. Mr. Chair, empowering Caymanians for roles in tourism is linked to ensuring the product they represent is something to proudly promote. This brings me to Pillar 3, enhancing our tourism product. I have spoken about significant growth in airlift, accommodations, and cruise passenger arrivals, which translates into more tourists visiting our attractions. 4 of our most iconic sites, Pedro St. James, the Queen Elizabeth, the Succan Botanic Park, the Cayman Craft Market, and the Hell attraction fall under the remit of the Tourism Ministry and are managed by the Cayman Islands National Attractions Authority, or CINA. In 2026, funding for CINA will increase by $320,000 or 16%, bringing its annual allocation to $2.3 million. This includes increases of $150,000 for both Pedro St. James and the Botanic Park, and increases of $10,000 each for the Craft Market in Hell. A new board, chaired by Mr. Charles Clifford, is now in place at CINA, bringing renewed direction and strengthened governance to the authority. I am also pleased to share that Cabinet has approved the purchase of land adjacent to Pedro St. James, paving the way for expansion and enhancement of this national treasure. Sadly, Mr. Chair, there are aspects of our tourism product that fall short of the high-end standards we aim to provide, and improvements are urgently needed. During my early site visits to Smith Bacadere and Consuelos Beach, to name a few, I found maintenance issues and conditions below the level expected of a premier destination. While those specific issues have since been addressed, it is only a start. There is more to be done, particularly to address the concerns at Public Beach, which even the cruise line executives have raised. The experience at Public Beach cannot be described as high-end luxury, and we should not be selling a product that we are not proud of, or marketing a standard that we do not consistently deliver. These issues are not superficial. They strike at the heart of the beach experience for visitors and residents alike, and affect the strength of our tourism brand. I therefore intend to work closely with the relevant ministries to drive the necessary changes and improvements. On that note, Mr. Chair, I applaud this government for moving with urgency to protect the southern end of 7 Mile Beach, where erosion had reached a critical stage. Inaction poses a serious threat to our environment, our tourism industry, and our reputation as a premier destination. The replenishment plan approved by Cabinet will prevent further damage to our best-known tourist attraction and preserve it for future generations to enjoy. I want to talk about Beautification Committee. To ensure that our islands reflect the beauty and standards we uphold, $250,000 has been budgeted over 2026 to 2027 for the Beautification Committee, which operates under the stewardship of my parliamentary secretary, Ms. Heather Bodden. The small details, clean signage, proper lighting, well-maintained facilities shape the perception of our islands just as powerfully as attractions do and are just as important. I want to talk about the VEG program. With respect to tourism product diversification, I am renewing the Visitor Experience Development Grant, which supports Caymanian entrepreneurs in bringing new tourism experiences to market. The ministry has budgeted $500,000 in 2026 and 2027 for the development of new products and services, primarily for visitors, to provide them with an authentic Caymanian experience. This is an effective way to diversify our tourism product while ensuring that the benefits accrue to Caymanians. I should note that I found this program in place when I arrived, and I have no reservations continuing the legacy of a former minister if it delivers benefits for Caymanians and to the ministry. I'd also like to touch on the Film Commission. The Film Commission also continues to evolve as a promising new frontier for tourism. Cayman is now a member of the Association of Film Commissioners International, and our very own Miss Brittany Kelly is the first Caymanian to attain Film Commissioner certification. This noteworthy achievement reflects Cayman's commitment to the highest global standards in film commission practice and industry engagement. $1 million is allocated in the 2026 to 2027 budget for the Film Commission Rebate Program, which is a positive step towards positioning Cayman as a film-friendly destination to attract productions to film on our shores. By supporting the film industry, my ministry is aiming to give our Caymanian creatives an opportunity to hone their skills right here at home and mitigate the brain drain in the creative industry in Cayman. Films bring visibility, it creates opportunity and a modern dimension to our tourism product. The sector is small now, but it is strategic and it will grow. I want to talk about the National Tourism Plan. Mr. Chair, achieving long-term tourism success requires responsible management, and early in the new year, the Ministry and Department of Tourism will begin developing a new National Tourism Plan that will be future-focused and set clear priorities within a comprehensive guiding framework. The plan will ensure that the industry's development keeps pace with the global trends, embraces innovation, and aligns with national priorities, while keeping Caymanians at the heart of the strategy. I'd like to go on to Pillar 4, Trade Diversification. Moving on now to the Ministry's fourth focal pillar, Trade Diversification. Mr. Chair, the portfolio of trade development is working to address one of the most important long-term economic challenges facing these islands, the cost of imported goods and over-dependence on a single-source market. Last month, the Ministry convened a strategic consultation with some of the country's most experienced business leaders. The discussions were frank and constructive and centered on how Cayman can diversify its trade relationships, reduce import dependency, and ultimately lower costs for consumers. That meeting was only the beginning. Over the coming months, the intent is to develop a national trade diversification framework to guide our approach to global supply chains and strengthen our economic resilience. I now turn my attention to Cayman Airways, a vital national asset that is a proud symbol of Caymanian identity that keeps our islands connected to the world. Cayman Airways' strategic value to our economy through tourism spending, local employment, supplier engagement, and community benefits was estimated at $270 million in 2023 and $270 million in 2024. That is a return on investment that few other public enterprises can match. For 2026 and 2027, Cayman Airways will receive $18.5 million per year in output payments. $3.1 million will be for domestic air services, ensuring a reliable air bridge between all three islands. $15.4 million to support the core tourism gateways and essential routes. Additionally, the airline will receive equity injections of $10.5 million in 2026 and $8.5 million in 2027 to meet its recurrent financial obligations with respect to staff costs, maintenance, and other operational expenses. In my first meeting with the board of directors, I outlined a vision of Cayman Airways focused on controlling costs and maximizing revenues through strategic decision-making and sound business practices. Beyond maintaining the essential air bridge to the sister islands, the board will concentrate on three priorities: objectively reassessing all routes based on national need and economic viability; 2, establishing a clear path forward, long-term financial sustainability; and 3, upholding absolute compliance with all safety and security standards. To help manage rising operating costs during this budget cycle, Cayman Airways will implement targeted fee increases and introduce new value-added products. One key initiative for 2026 to 2027 is the bundled travel package that combines flights, accommodations, and activities, supporting local partners while encouraging longer stays. Cayman Airways projects that these and other revenue enhancement measures will generate $6 million in 2026 and improve the balance between capacity and demand. I now shift my attention to the Cayman Turtle Center. The Cayman Turtle Center remains both a cultural institution and a cornerstone of conservation. Its operations are heavily dependent on cruise visitors, and while numbers are stabilizing, they remain below pre-pandemic levels. To support financial sustainability, effective the 1st of November 2025, the center implemented a 6% increase adjustment on the cost of admissions. Ticket pricing for Turtle Center moves from US $47 to $50 for adults and $27 US to $29 for children. And the Turtle Safari will go from $30 US to $32 US for adults and $21 to $23 for children. Management will also be looking holistically at revenue and partnership opportunities with other SAGCs, as well as continued cost-saving measures, with conservation being a vitally important aspect of the Turtle Center's mandate. Species conservation plans were developed for the green sea and the hawksbill turtles, respectively, given that both species are considered as critically endangered. Adoption of these plans is essential for protecting the species and would enable the center to pursue new revenue streams through partnerships with other conservation entities. I intend to collaborate with the Minister for Sustainability to bring both species conservation plans forward for the consideration of caucus and cabinet. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, I have set a clear and ambitious agenda in this budget, one that invests in our people, it strengthens our product, and expands our potential. Change is not always easy, nor always welcome, but in the context of our tourism industry, some changes are necessary, while others are long overdue. The tourism and trade sectors are in good hands, and I remain confident that the industry's brightest tourism years are still ahead. My ministry team and I stand ready to deliver these initiatives with integrity, compassion, and an unwavering commitment. Our aim is to advance an industry where growth is sustainable, opportunities are inclusive, and the principle of Caymanians first remains firmly at the heart of our efforts, providing reassurance that this government has our people's best interests at heart. I wish to thank my National Coalition for Caymanian colleagues for their support, advice, and cooperation, not only in preparing this budget, but since the inception of this administration. I thank my Chief Officer, Mr. Strand Bodden, my Director, Ms. Rosa Harris, and the teams at the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development. I also thank the board members and directors, management, and staff at Cayman Airways, the Cayman Turtle Center, and the Cayman Islands National Attractions Authority. Their professionalism and dedication strengthen my confidence that our industry is in good hands. Mr. Chair, I would like to make one last observation. As I look across at all 18 members in this chamber, 19 including myself, each of whom has in one way or another contributed to building our tourism industry, and each of us has been blessed to benefit from it. Let me begin with my good friend, the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Joey Hew. And this is a story that was told to me. My father was the first certified Caymanian hotel manager, and he was offered the job back in 1957 to manage the Pageant Beach Hotel. He told the family he would accept only under one condition, and that was the late Miss Valma Dilbert Hew, the leader's mother, who was living in the Brack, be hired as his assistant. It was agreed by the family, and during this time, she met Mr. Lenny Hew, who was a guest at the hotel here dealing with our telecommunications business back in the 50s. I often joke with the Leader of Opposition that if it wasn't for my father, he wouldn't be here today. I also recognize the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, for his contribution to the tourism industry. He also once worked at the Marriott Hotel, and as a previous minister, he was faced with one of the greatest decisions of this country has ever faced, and it was the reopening of our borders after COVID. It was almost like starting from scratch. The member from Georgetown West, Honorable Perlina McGod-Lumsden, worked at the Hyatt Hotel in sales at a boutique, and her mom also worked at the Holiday Inn as a housekeeper and in the restaurant. The member from Cayman Brac East and mother of the house, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley, her mom, Miss Shirley May O'Connor, also worked faithfully in the tourism and hotel industry. The member from Red Bay, Mr. Roy Tatum, his mom, Miss Maggie Tatum, worked as a cook and a bartender at the Brack Reef and the Divot Tiara, while his father, Mr. Arlen Tatum, was a charter boat captain at Southern Cross Club in Little Cayman. The member himself even had a stint in the industry as a teenager, working at the Brack Reef as well. I got that right, Mr. Roy? Good, good. The member from Georgetown East, Mr. Roy McTaggart, his dad, the late Bill McTaggart, affectionately known to all of us as Uncle Bill, was manager of the yacht club in the late 1950s, which today is where the wharf stands. His mom, Aunt Carlene, was also one of the first flight attendants at Cayman Airways. His assistant, the late Mr. James Sonny Boy Bodden, and I have to mention our good friend Miss Brittany Bodden. That was her grandfather, and he was also, and she's responsible for the back of the house management here at the House of Parliament, and she has also got a degree in culinary arts with service food in the service food management. So this house is even touched other than this floor. My dad, Miss Valma, and Uncle Bill shared many great stories from those days, stories that remind us as how small and close-knit and determined our community once was. Also part of that early group was the late Bob Soto, a pioneer in his own right. The member from Bodentown West, Mr. Chris Saunders, his father, the late Roy Sanders, was a bartender for many years at the Holiday Inn and was one of the very best. I had a good time with him, Mr. Chris. The member himself worked as a night auditor at the Sleeping Hotel from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 6 nights a week, and then went to his day job 5 days a week, starting at 9 a.m. in the morning. The member from Bodentown East, Mr. Dwayne Seymour, spent several years with Cayman Airways at the front counter before going on to open his own company at Owen Roberts Airport. The member from Cayman Brac West, Honorable Nicholas DaCosta, his mom, Miss Tammy Banks, worked as a night auditor at the Divot Tiara, while the member and his wife have managed condo properties along the 7 Mile Beach. The member from East End, Honorable Isaac Rankin, his father and my second father, Gerlo or Papa Gerlo, spent several years in the Cayman Aggressor working as a cook, and he also worked as a fishing guide and captain on many of my dad's charter boats. His mom, Rita, was also at the Marriott Hotel for over 15 years. The member from North Side, Honorable J.E. Banks, his grandmother, Miss Alex Johnson, managed numerous rental villas in the Rum Point, Cayman Kai area. The member himself has managed properties and provided maintenance and construction services, continuing the family legacy. The Minister for West Bay North, and also the chairman of today's committee, Honorable Ralston Anglin. His late mom, Miss Clavina Anglin, worked alongside the Cumber family in their hospitality businesses, and his father, Mr. McLaren Anglin, served at the Turtle Center for over 3 decades. The member from West Bay Central, Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wills, her late father, Mr. Austin Ebanks, began his career in the North Sound as first mate to Captain Crosby at a time when visionaries like Captains Marvin, Crosby, Gleason, and Dallas saw Stingray City's future potential. Mr. Ebanks went on to purchase his own boat, the Dove, and launch his own North Sound excursions for visitors. Imagine if we didn't have Stingray City today. We actually need more types of this wildlife interactions, especially with the amount of tourists that will be coming in the next couple of years. The member herself joined the tourism industry straight out of high school, working with Cayman Airways and rising to the rank of senior cabin crew member. The member from Prospect, Honorable Michael Miles, his mother, Miss Gracie, served in tourism for over 32 years, beginning at the Holiday Inn before managing condos along 7 Mile Beach. The member has also contributed to training Caymanians for roles in tourism through his own organization. The member from West Bay, yeah, I can call her Miss West Bay as well, Miss Julia Hunter. Her mother, Miss Lyra, worked as a cook at Galleon Beach and Grand Ole House, later transitioned to housekeeping at the Colonial Club, where she was beloved by guests. Her dad, Mr. Willie, served as head of maintenance at the Royal Palms and Coconut Harbor for many years. The member herself worked at the front desk of the Holiday Inn. The member from Savannah, Miss Heather Bodden, has devoted over 40 years to the tourism sector and worked alongside our national hero, the late Honorable Jim Bodden, in creating Pirate Suite, which we just celebrated this past week and yesterday. Last night was one of the nicest fireworks show and drone shows that I think we've ever had. She also represented our islands abroad on numerous promotional trips, proudly carrying the Cayman name and the Cayman flag. The member from Newlands, believe it or not, Honorable Wayne Pandan, his own family owned the Bayview Hotel in Georgetown, and as a young man, he worked at the Casa Bertmar dive shop from the age of 13 for several years. And finally, Mr. Chair, the Premier's father, Mr. Atley, once served under the Ministry of Tourism as manager of the Turtle Center. Today, he still boasts of providing the financial secretary with the check when the turtle farm is profitable. And Mr. Speaker, we all hope that those days will return soon. Mr. Chair, I would be remiss if I did not also mention my own family's long-standing relationship and connection to this vital industry. As I noted earlier, my father was the first licensed Caymanian hotelier, but my late dear mother, Miss Carolyn Celia, also played a key role in our tourism story. She was the very person who typed the original application to the FAA that allowed Cayman Airways to operate flights into the United States. When you talk about passion and care for tourism and Cayman Airways, I got it in my blood, sir. I give a personal story. In 1968, she typed that document and she took me to the office. It was 120-something plus pages on a manual typewriter. And I was almost 2 at the time, and she put it on the floor to get ready to stack it. And for some reason, I decided to christen it with my own champagne. And today, Cayman Airways has been blessed from then. I also like to mention someone that I hold in high respect and high regard, and that's Mr. Don Seymour, one of the most successful Caymanian businessmen, and his mom, Miss Eloise, was a taxi driver. He told me the story where she actually took a mortgage on her house to invest in her children's education. There is no better investment that a parent can do in their children's education, and that's one of the prime examples. And many of us here today, our parents have made the sacrifices to educate each one of us. Some went higher, some didn't go as high, but I think all 19 are honorable sitting in this house today, except 2 of my colleagues. As for myself, I am privileged and honored to serve as Minister of Tourism and Trade, and believe that as part owner and managing director of Comfort Suites Hotel and of several restaurants that serve both locals and visitors alike, tourism for my family and for me is not just an industry. It is a way of life and a legacy that has shaped who we are as Caymanians. As minister, I am mindful of where we came from, and I will continue to honor those who came before us by ensuring that Caymanians always have a place and a future in our tourism industry. Mr. Chair, I thank you and my colleagues for giving me the time to read the statement. I know it was a little bit long-winded, but it was cut down significantly from the beginning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I recognize the member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all the support staff for the ministry and SAGCs here for Ministry of Tourism. As you know, I know all of you. I miss you guys a lot. Keep up the great work. I want to first say thank you so much to the minister for outlining his plan. I'd really hoped to have had most of these details throughout the budget, but we have it today, so we have a vision of where he's going. I want to also say thanks to your family and all those who would help build the foundation of tourism that we have today. So we all have a lot to be proud of in this industry that we call tourism, which though may not bring in as much money as financial services, but I'm certain that we would say it's more valuable to who we are as an identity. Tourism is where we really show who we are. And I'm proud every time I say the words, Caymankind. With that being said, in our natural process of asking questions, I'm just going to focus on some of the things you said and then go into the numbers. I have some questions, some conflicting information as per your budget document and what you said in your speech, so maybe we can get some clarity. I want to say that the positive things that I heard thus far already was the purchase of the land next to Pedro. Really, really proud that your government is willing to do that. And if you can buy some more, buy as much around it as you can. I also want to say thank you for continuing most of the things that I started, when I say I, myself, with the team at the Department of Tourism, because to be honest with you, I got a lot of the shine based on the hard work of others. And I'll be talking about some of those things, but I'm glad that you've taken those ideas and continued. A bit concerned about the reduction in support for it, but we'll get to that shortly. I also want to thank you for recognizing that myself as minister and our administration has done something probably a little bit more harder than what you were able or are going to be doing. We had a country that there was no tourism. We had to start from scratch. And you recognizing that meant a lot to me, because myself, along with the staff at DOT and all the supporting stakeholders, had probably one of the most difficult tasks for this country was to safely open and get our tourism product back up. I think it's fair to say that you've come in and found some things there for you. Anyway, with that being said, I do have some concerns, and the first one is that you are the Minister for Tourism and trade. I've had to notice the reluctance or the lack thereof discussion about trade. I've also noticed that there's nothing in your budget for trade either. And unfortunately, there is a growing perception that the trade part of your ministry is only trade in name, but not in action. So let's start there. Can you tell me about the trade component? Because we got a lot to talk about with the tourism part, but I can't identify any policy area, no budget for it. So I guess the question is, what are you doing with trade?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you there, Mr. Chairman. Also, thank you to the member from Georgetown Central for those kind words. And I just want to reiterate on something he spoke about. I did, and I appreciate all the hard work and efforts that you did. And I hear the COVID stories, working through the night and starting from scratch. And I couldn't start today without mentioning that, because you had a lot on your shoulders. Talking about trade diversification, it is relatively new, and we had our first meeting, I'd say, about 4 weeks ago, and there was probably 15 or 20 people that came and attended. We also were in collaboration with Minister J. Banks as well, and we're looking at opportunities that we can bring products into Cayman. Every time a ship crosses here to go up to Miami, and you exchange cargo in different hands, it's an added cost. If we can look to the west and to the south and southwest of us and tap into some of those markets and be able to bring, whether it's construction goods or food supplies into Cayman, that will help us lower the cost of our living. Because I've done some research and I got some information that coming from Brazil, that there's a possibility that we can land products into here for at least 30% of the cost. If we can get goods like that as a discount, not a discounted price, but at a better purchase, and pass those on to consumers, that'll be a direct reflection on the cost of living, to reduce the cost of living.
Thank you, Minister. I'm glad to hear that something is going to eventually get started in respect to the trade component, so we can actually see specifics. And I guess there's going to be a lot of there's going to probably be a lot of discussions until you develop what that ministry is like. Patience is going to be necessary, and I offer that to you. But as we are speaking about shipment and trading and stuff, and I hope I'm not stepping out of line here. It's your government. You can do as you think is necessary for allocations. But there are people even questioning, if you are the Minister for Trade, why not? It wouldn't have made sense to keep the ports and airports under that ministry, particularly because of the tourism component, and now with trade. So when you're having those discussions, I know the Honourable Minister is a very capable minister to do it, and he's my friend, as you know that. And I'm not suggesting that he's not able to do it, but he has a big ministry already. It might have made sense to keep it there. But I guess I wouldn't expose you to say anything about that, but people are asking, it would have been more logical for you to have kept that. Any thoughts?
Thank you for that, Honourable Member. When we discussed the different ministries and portfolios, at the time it was brought to my attention of a potential conflict between Cayman Airways and the Airports Authority, one being the lessor, one being the tenant, one being the landlord, and also Minister Ebanks having infrastructure. Trade actually came on, we probably about a week after we had discussed the different ministries. So trade wasn't at the table at the time, and we were discussing the original ministries.
Okay, we can move on, but just a hypothetical suggestion. Maybe you guys might want to reconsider that. So that's my thoughts. Okay, so I want to turn to your contributions now. The first thing you said, change is coming. And you also highlighted at the very end about some things, some changes are necessary while others are long overdue. Can you specify what are you speaking of? What changes? Do you have a list of them? Is there something that is happening now that you think needs to stop, and then you're going to bring other things in? Can you give any more specifics?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, dear Mr. Chair. When I say change is coming, is always change in the air. We have to look at our current tourism product and who we presenting this to and who we presenting it for. I look at I go to Cayman Airways. We got to look at our destinations right now. Are there other markets that we should be tapping into? Do we want to enhance and grow that? We look at our Pedro St. James, for instance. When I talk about change, we purchased a piece of land to the east just a couple of weeks ago. We closed on that. And we want to look at upgrading the facilities there, more offerings, weddings, celebrations, parties, because there's a lot of potential there that we need to tap into. Not just people coming in touring through. There's nighttime activities, but we also need to be cognizant of parking and areas, because there's people in the area that were complaining about our cars, tenants or guests being parked in their lots. So we just want to make sure that we're looking for the future. It's the same thing with the purchase of 125 acres of land in the BRAC that we purchased in, I think it was July or August. So we're thinking long term.
Brian, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I look forward to those changes. Bearing in mind we're 7 months in, we've got to start seeing some of those. You said that the overall budget has increased. I'm confused by that because I did all the changes in your line items, and according to my calculations, and I'm willing to have the FS examine this, but according to line item for line item, your totals actually have decreased with all your whole budget supplementaries by 5.4 million. But you say in your statement it has increased. I mean, we can happily go through each output for the 2-year period, line by line, and I can show you the numbers from last year to this year. And I think you probably will eventually recognize there's also a $2.2 million decrease for Cayman Airways. I think you would agree to that, no?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I am happy to go through whatever way the honourable member from Georgetown Central likes to take it.
Mr. Members, we're not going there. The government's budget is set, and the minister needs to explain his variance.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to wonder whether or not we wait until we get into the actual appropriations to dig deep, to do deep dives into those numbers and stuff, so we can finish with the statement.
Yes, it would be good if we were to go that route, but we have to ensure that as we move forward, we pay close attention to what I have set as what I would term a very liberal conversation with all members of the Parliament. And so I think a basic question has been set that I think would cut across all the appropriations. And so I think overall there's an envelope that every minister has received, and all ministers would know the details of the envelope and how they are going to manage and deliver their commitments within that envelope.
Mr. Chairman, the question was simply the variances between his statement and what is actually in the appropriation. And I don't want to make it a big deal because I don't intend to argue today with my good friend. And just for the public's hearing, myself and the Deputy Premier's relationship is stronger than ever, but more so from a perspective of so that people fully understand what the budget is saying. And I was surprised when you said there's an increase, because I've checked your budget line item by line item, cent by cent, and there has been a decrease. But at the end, if we want to, when we're closing off the last one, if the FS wants to provide, but it is unfair to the public to say that there's an increase when there's not an increase. There's increases in certain line items, but your overall budget line item for the last 2 years, 24 and 25, has decreased for 26 and 27. I'll leave that there and go on to my next question, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of what the leader said. You also said that you intend to grow the industry. Do you have any specifics on how you're going to do that? And the reason I say that is we got a lot of pushback from further growth in tourism by many different entities in society that thinks that tourism shouldn't be growing anymore because it's contributing to traffic problems, the population growth, and so forth. So it's important that I know from a policy and direction perspective as the Deputy Premier, as well as the Minister, when you say you're growing the industry, it's a change in tune, or it's actually the same tune that I had, and I support you. But is that, how do you plan to grow it? You said in your speech, you said there's a clear understanding of where the industry stands in order to chart where we aspire to be. So the question is, where do you aspire for tourism to be by way of growth, say in the next 5 years?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see our tourism in the next 5 years, and my goal is to increase the stay-over tourism. I'd like to hit the 550 mark. And I would also like to hit the 1.7 mark for cruise tourism, which that is growth, because the numbers that we have for 2027 are very, very encouraging. And 2028 is even looking just as good, if not better. But I am mindful that, you know, we look at the growth, and Minister Anglin and Minister Ebanks and I, we were in West Bay a few months ago. And we're looking, when I mean growth, is also to spread some of the love on the island, possibly taking, you know, tenders into the West Bay dock. We look at the waterfront property that was purchased under your guidance a couple of years ago. Just last week, we had people, divers there, seeing what kind of depth, if we could utilize that for also bringing tenders. So when I mean growth, it's just not funneling everybody into Georgetown. You talk about the traffic. If we can spread some of this, we're also, Minister Ebanks, we're also talking about enhancing the docking facilities in spots to send some of those east. We have to spread some of the love on the island. So that's some of the lines that talk about growth as well.
Thank you, Minister. I'm interested by the fact that you said the growth, particularly for 2027, and you went into the cruise component. I think on today's Tuesday or Wednesday, I can't remember. The days are bleeding in now. But when we were, today's Wednesday. Sorry. When we were discussing the port with the Minister, the Honourable J. Ebanks, a question came up about the numbers for cruise passengers. And you gave the list for 2025, 2026, 2027, and 2028. I noticed in your speech you stopped at 2027 because it's the highest point. But on that day when we were doing that, you also mentioned 2028, there's going to be a drop. Any particular reason you didn't highlight that in your speech? Because it's important for the context of where the industry is going. I know naturally you're going to highlight the good stuff, but it's important that we highlight what the projections are saying for the bad stuff. I can bring the Hansards if you want.
Member from Georgetown Central, thank you for that. The reason why I didn't bring up 2028 is because it is 3 years basically out from here, and the bookings aren't all confirmed. There's more to come, and there's other ships being built as well that we hope to capitalize on. So I felt more confident with 2026 and 2027.
Fair point. Can we then go to page 6 of your speech where you talk about the visitor experience grant? You said that you're funding it by 500,000, but that's a decrease from the last 2 years of 50%. I mean, you're intending to expand new things, offerings, because that's what FCCA asked about new activities, and it's in line exactly what was facing me. Hence the reason for the creation of this grant to inspire new offerings. And you say you want to support that, but you've cut the budget by 50%. If you look in your planning estimates, you'll see that your budget for the VEG program, which is the Visitor Experience Program, which was created under our government or under my tenure, not trying to make it be a political thing, but it was $1 million over the 2 years, and for yourself it's 500,000 over the 2 years, and it's not supporting the entrepreneurs who are trying to build those new products. You remember the criteria made for it was it had to be new, it had to be innovative. You got brownie points to get the grant for it to go eastern districts and stuff like that. A lot of hard work was done by the Department of Tourism to create that. But if you want to expand it, why are you underfunding it by 50%? Is the question.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question here. We also increased the outputs for the scholarship programs. Have increased those significantly. So we dipped some of the VEG because we saw the opportunities. I mean, we have a lot, so for Kimberley Airways as one. We have some pilots that are coming up that are going to be retiring soon, so we have to think succession plans and where can we invest money in pilot scholarships as well as general scholarships. So we kind of shifted some around there.
Okay. If you want to make an amendment to get that extra $250,000 back for this program, I would support you. I'm glad, though, speaking of the pilot program, again, another scholarship program that I created, that you're continuing that. So very, very happy about that. Let's talk about the beautification, which is another program that has been cut. Do you recall, maybe your chief officer can assist, that it's now at $250,000. And beautification is very important, and I know the honorable member from Savannah is a big steward for this, as she was before, but it's now down to $250,000. Can you tell me what line item is that covered under? Because I am assuming that it's under the same line item that was there before, which is the TP. But your TP only has $1 million in it. And you also highlighted the film program of $1 million, but there's no provision for a film program, which is for $1 million. So I assume, based on how we used to do it, that TP, which covers sport, cultural, tourism programs and assistance, is normally where the beautification would be, the film rebate would be, but you've already gone over the $1 million mark that you have in your budget, according to your speech. So where is the money coming from?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, it will be coming from that, but one of the things when it came to beautification, and Minister Ebanks and I, we did some tours together. Some of the things that we felt was under beautification, Public Works was also doing, so we're almost like duplicating. For instance, we had some activities at Consuelo Beach and the Smith Barcadere, and Public Works actually came in to do the work, which they thought, you know, it might have been beautification, but if we can save something and it's a ministry's already allocated to take care of those things, we just let the Public Works continue to deal with it.
Okay, thank you so much. That's
Bryan,
fair.
continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that makes sense from the reduction perspective. Can you then address the other part, which is the beautification allotment of $250,000, and the film rebate part is $1 million? Where is it going to be coming from specifically? And the chief officer could probably assist, because I suspect it's under the TP for the $1 million, but the total amount for both is over the $1 million, because there's no other output group there for those. So
Thank you. That's TP 67 that you're talking about? The film rebate in there is for $500,000. The sponsorship request, we have about $375,000 in the beautification projects or 125,000 per year.
Slow down, so I can get those numbers. Start over.
Okay. Did you not get the spreadsheet?
All right. I do have it. I do apologize for that, sir. So, the million, okay. Continue on.
Yes, sir. So the film rebate is for $1 million over 2 years. The sponsorship requests are for $750,000 over 2 years, and the beautification projects are for $250,000 over 2 years.
Ah, okay, so it's a further cut. I see what you've done there. Your announcements are based on a 2-year period as opposed to a 1-year period. So 250 would be the 2 years, 125 for each year. That makes sense? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So it's actually a 75% cut because we had the beautification component across the island and assistant, I think at, what, 650,000, right, Ms. Heather? So it's a substantial cut from a beautification perspective. Okay, that's the government's decision. I can't override that. But if you don't find it as a priority, then that's, sorry.
No, I just want to be clear, Honorable Member. Public Works is also doing a lot of stuff that the Beautification Committee could have been doing.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Can we talk about then the sponsorship request is now a substantially lot less of 375. Now, in most cases, sometimes people underappreciate it because they don't quite know where the money comes from for a lot of things. But the film rebate is taking up 500,000 for the year out of the 1 million, and 125 for the beautification. That's 625, leaves you 375. Normally, what we do for ministry, for local entertainment, particularly for our guests, we sponsor a lot of the concerts, Capella, Out of This World, the Seafood Festival, a lot of these things that the department would tell you are guests, and we let the hotels know these are entertainment. Because one of the biggest criticisms we had in the tourism product is there's nothing to do. And rather than the government taking it on, we would sponsor these events. Now, you have a substantially large drop in your sponsorship monies. There's also another key component, which is the Cayman Classic Basketball Tournament, which is actually happening this coming week and brings in a lot of tourism revenue and traffic and business opportunity. Are you going to continue to sponsor all of those things? And if so, can you do it with this amount?
Thank you, the Honourable Member.
Minister.
I got some tickets if you want some for the Classic this weekend, okay?
I would appreciate, my constituents would appreciate it.
The Minister Rankin and I were speaking, especially when it comes to some of the sports tourism. We're going to look at those and see how we can divvy up between the two of us and be like a co-brand together. Some of the other sponsorship you spoke about, I went through the list, and if it's not going to directly impact or we can benefit as a tourism destination, a tourism industry from it, I'm very, very mindful of how we're going to spend it. So I'm taking a conscious decision and make sure that we're getting value for money and we're getting exposure.
Fair enough. I thank you so much for that answer, Minister. I did ask, if you recall, the Honourable Minister for Sports, because I examined your budget and I saw that the Cayman Classic wasn't there. I asked him if he was going to sponsor that, and he said no. You recall? That was on Monday.
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we'll find a savings somewhere. Cayman Classic is important, and I think the DOT will tell you that. Value for money. Are you saying that the 2 concerts and the Seafood Festival, which is a predominant thing for guest experience and local experience, will be not sponsored this year?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying a lot of other line items that, you know, that they've been sponsored in the past. I'm taking a conscious look at them to make sure that it is directly reflected in, you know, for the tourism, and we are getting the exposure is intended to benefit tourism.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can we move on to Cayman Airways as a part of your speech? It's on page 11. Thank you. Based on my calculations for CAL 1, CAL 2, and investment, equity investment for Cayman Airways, for 2024 and 2025 was a total of $58 million, $58.3 million. And as per your budget now for Cayman Airways, it's 29 for 2026 and 27 for 2027, which is a total of $56.1 million. That's a difference of a $2.2 million decrease over the budget cycle. And what I'm concerned about that is that you see, there is two perspectives you can look at Cayman Airways as. A regular business just to try its best to cover its overheads, or you can look at it as an economic accelerator. In my opinion, I see Cayman Airways as an economic necessity to continue not only our flights for our local population, storm emergency evacuation, but also leveraging the market when other airlines try to bring out the prices, we can manage it. So it's important, even though when some people want to accuse it to say it's not making money. But you've decreased it by $2.2 million over the period. And I think you said that you want them to control costs, which is natural. Every government is going to want to do that. But I think you're setting Cayman Airways up in a very difficult position where they're going to be forced to do other things, which is increased either the cost of tickets, baggage and fees. We have this video that's going around right now, which is killing Cayman Airways about the cost of baggage and fees. If you haven't adequately, you've reduced it, not increased it, you've reduced the cost to Cayman Airways. Then you have the personnel issue. No COLA for the personnel in there. You're going to have the issues of your mandate for the PMFA in respect to equal pay across SAGCs in government, and you haven't given them the money for it. Do you think that this is adequate enough to support Cayman Airways, is the question.
Honorable Minister.
Cayman Airways is a business, and we gotta run it like a business. The board and also I've given them what I envisioned with Cayman Airways, and we were thinking how they had their board meeting yesterday and actually went through the business plan, which I have not seen. But Cayman Airways has other areas to, I don't want to say increase revenue or to create revenue other than selling seats. And we have to look at some of these outside the box areas and implement them. But Cayman Airways, we're challenging, we're incentivizing the management to put some new measures in place, not just raise fees, but create different areas that we can generate revenue. I feel quite confident, getting through the first year and put some of these measures in place, for 2027 can make up the difference.
Thank you, Minister. Speaking of potentially revenues or fees for Cayman Airways, I hope that that's not going to be the case, because a lot of Caymanians fly Cayman Airways and they don't want to pay any more extra costs. But again, it's your ministry, you're in charge of that, you're in your board. Have you had any discussions or are you concerned about the list of new tax revenue measures that your government has laid out and what the effects will be on the tourism product? We're already a high expensive destination for our guests. It's a common thing that we're noted on as a bad mark. It's really expensive in the Cayman Islands, which is our product. We're high end, but I don't think we want to add any more cost to it. Are you concerned about any of that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last few days I've sat in this honorable house and we went through the police budget. Everybody wants a new road. Everybody wants to feel safe and secure. Everybody wants to enjoy some new amenity or some new infrastructure. And it costs money to create those things. All 19 of us want something, whether it's in our district or a constituency. So, and what's been given to provide to me, we haven't had any big changes in revenue increase measures in several years. And The previous administration, including yourself, came through COVID. You know what the challenges that you felt. And, you know, we talk about education, we talk about healthcare. Across the board, everybody wants to have the best service available. And to get the best services, we have to pay for them. I'm not, you know, I feel comfortable with what we have in place. I know there's some individuals that are, you know, questioning it. Anytime, if you go and you buy a gallon of gas and it's up 1 cent, somebody's going to complain. But at the end of the day, if we want to enjoy the better things of life here and good quality of life and to provide for our visitors to come here, we have to make sure that we invest in our infrastructure and be able to provide for that. And that includes, I'll go back to yesterday with the police. They want to feel safe in this country. We want, as Caymanians, we want to feel safe as well. And drive on a good road.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Minister. So thank you for that. So I'm assuming that the first part of the question, that you're comfortable with the fee outlay. That's good. That's good to know. Have you had any discussions with the tourism industry players, particularly CETA? Just CETA and the Hotel Association in respect to the increased cost? Because there's a number of those fees that were listed that will affect them, and I'm assuming will affect the product upon which we deliver and the cost factors. So what have they given you by way of feedback?
As of to this morning, I haven't heard any feedback on the fees with the hotels.
Thank you, Minister. I have some other questions, but I'm mindful that my colleagues do too, and I don't want to overwhelm everybody. So I'll take a break, and I'll come back afterwards.
So we've been questioning the statement now at substantial length. At what point are we going to turn our attention to output groups? Because a lot of these questions do impinge upon output groups. So I think we ought to get to the point where we start actually relating the questions to the output groups as well, members. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I just have a couple of questions on the statement, and then I'll leave it to the others. And bearing in mind what you just said about output groups, I thank the Honourable Minister for the presentation. Would have loved to have heard the extended version, but
sorry, Honourable Leader, I can't pass that one on yet.
On page 8, you listed here TOU 16 and TOU 19. I searched for those. I assume those are wrapped up in DAT 1 and DAT 17. But in any event, it's the increase in what you have here is TOU 16, a 20% increase. It'd be interesting to hear a little bit about that. But the one that intrigues me is under your heading TO2 19, which relates to tourism education awareness programs, with a significant increase of 58% there. I suspect that covers things like the Pride training, which you might need to change the name of that soon. But I suspect it covers those sorts of things. But if you could elaborate on that for us, it'd be good, because I don't see it. I couldn't find it anywhere under the purchase agreement.
Honourable Minister and Leader, your point is taken on the nomenclature of the name.
Mr. Chairman, just let me speak with my colleague 1 second, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TOU 16 refers to ports of entry, specific training, tourism operated service, and cultural sensitivity, local community, educational sponsorships, example CCMI, Eco Warriors, and National Trust. 19, workforce innovation initiatives, workforce recruitment readiness programs, third-party training, Aguila, Lemon 8, Connect by Nova, Inspire Cayman, Pride, Know Your Cayman Islands, History and Promises, Customer Service Training Workshops, Operator Tail Inspection and Licensing Forum, Pride Training Course Accreditation to increase workforce value to aid with work placement and retention. It's also high school career fairs, primary school visits, materials resources coordination, youth tourism career sector awareness, tourism youth ambassador program, competition event, presentation training, career development, Ministry of Tourism scholarship program, campaigns, orientation, and networking events and educational support. It's also School of Hospitality Studies with tourism and curriculum, competitions and award sponsorships, FCCA, essay and poster competitions, school projects and educational field trips. It's also developing future training initiatives, legacy learning mentorship program, hospitality and business etiquette course, integration of public speaking and presentation course, and environmental literacy program.
Thank you. That's an exhausting list. But with a 58% increase, can you say whether this is based, you're anticipating a increase in participants, or have you increased the amount of programs you're covering in this?
Thank you, Honourable Member. It will be both. And we're also, we're doing these programs because we have a lot more people, like Minister Miles. Yesterday, we had 130 new hires, and we want to make sure that we're getting, our people ready. We have Grand Hyatt coming on, 1 GT, and if we're going to invest, we want to make sure that we invest in our people and training and get them up to speed and have the proper training like everybody else does, or better.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I heard you mention a couple of entities there. I didn't hear anything about the School of Hospitality Studies in that. Is that included in some of those training programs you spoke about, or are we diverting the kids somewhere else?
It is in here. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Minister for that. I'll leave it at that for now. Mr. Chairman, I just want to, if you indulge with me, just to make a couple of quick comments on the Film Commission. Something that, thank you. Funny enough, I advocated to move it to tourism when I was a tourism councillor. And then when I became the Minister for DCI, I tried to move it back to DCI. But I never had enough time with it. There's a couple of something, Mrs. Honourable Minister, Member. There's a couple of things to do with it. I don't know how much the $1 million is going to help you in attracting films. Maybe small, short stories, small productions. But where I think the film industry and the festivals as well need some attention is on customs and immigration. These may have been resolved, I don't know. But the cumbersomeness of listing every piece of equipment, musical instrument, it might be everything that they bring in for a large conference or for a movie or for a concert, you have to list it all with customs. It's quite a exhausting process. There has to be some way of streamlining that to make it easy. That's one. Two is immigration. The visitors' visas or the work visas for the guys setting up the things. People come into work, and I know that when films come in particular, they hire everybody that they can hire. But also with concerts, and most important, and just as importantly for you, is the large conferences. And by the way, some people come in for conferences, and their booth don't make it to the conference because it's held up at customs to get it serial numbers and descriptions and values and all that sort of stuff. So persons coming to set up particular booths, stages, etc., those guys are on the road 364 days of the year. But we require them to get their police record from Biloxi, Mississippi, and they could be in Europe somewhere working on a stage. It becomes very difficult, and I can say to you confidently that that is why some of the larger conferences do not come here. We went through it with Kabul. It was a nightmare. We lost. Chief also remember that one of the largest conference organizers loves the Cayman Islands but will never come back. He had to split the crew into 2 crews because of the visa only allowed him to stay 2 weeks. The conference was a month long. And when he left that beautiful glass dance floor over the pool. He gave it to Massive. He left that big, beautiful tent that they use. A lot of these things get left here, but there was a lot of issues in getting them here, getting the people in that know how to set them up, etc. And so those are some of the challenges you're going to face with large conferences, events, and movie productions.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Honorable member, I appreciate that. We were at the Ritz-Carlton a couple of months ago, and the Cayman Cook-Off Festival came up, and we were sitting having a discussion at their boardroom, my team and myself. And one of the things they asked for is a point person, exactly, I think, what you may go down to, like almost like a concierge service with immigration or with home affairs. And I came right back, and Minister DeCosta and we got together, and he actually had his chief officer reach out right away to the Ritz-Carlton, and we're opening up that level of service and line of communication. Am I right there, Minister? And because Cayman is a premier destination. It's special. There's no other place like the Cayman Islands. You look at the private jets that fly in here daily. They don't ask how much it costs for fuel. They have no. If you got to ask how much, you can't afford it. But they're coming to this country and they're spending money. And we as a people and as a government and in the private sector must deliver first-class service and first-class treatment. I want to touch a little bit on the, you talked about the Film Commission and the amounts there. Right now we're working with 2 local producers. Frankie Flowers, he's producing a film called The Bluff, and we will be having a premiere show of that in February. And we're helping sponsor that as well and bringing down some talent. Hopefully be some stars coming in from on the LA flight and Cayman Airways. And then also we're speaking with Miss Jazz Pitcairn, and she is a local film producer as well, and she's producing. She did I think it was a 15-minute short film on Ivan, and now she's turning that into a movie. So we've been having some conversation with her and how we can help fund her as well. So there's a lot of talent here in Cayman. A lot of interest being generated, and if we can get some of that exposure and hopefully some of these will go big, the investment would be a drop in the bucket to the return.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank the Minister for that, and just closing on that to say, I support the Film Commission entirely. The most important role it will play is ensuring that the productions, whether they be movies or whether they be reality shows, reflect the Cayman Islands in a proper way. And I think that is the most important thing, of ensuring that these productions go through the Film Commission and go through the right process before being filmed and aired to the rest of the world. Moving on to Cayman Airways, page 12, where you talked about, part to my interest when you talked about key initiatives, bundled travel package, combines flight accommodations and activities. I'm sure that you guys have thought about this, but I thought I'd throw it out. But 2 or 3 islands, 1 vacation. So Cayman Airways, flying into the BRAC, then maybe you do a day or 2 in Little Cayman, and then 1 ticket covers the 3 islands. That's a bundle that I've always thought we should look at. So just throwing that out there. Closing, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to jump into the history lesson, because it's one I'm very proud of. I think the minister spoke fondly of my mom and his dad working together. We have jokes that we can tell at the lunch table, but not here on the mic, from the stories we heard. But my mother also, God rest her soul, went on to manage several condos in the 7 Mile Beach, the last of which I spent 3 or 4 years of my life at the Smurf Houses, Silver Sands, Cayman Sands, sorry, on the West Bay Road, and then went on to build her janitorial company, which still maintains the public areas and of the large hotels and stuff, so her legacy still lives on there. My dad himself started the first paper company, supplying the hotels chemicals and paper, started as commodity market in 1971. Unfortunately, we had to sell that business when I got into politics. It became Hughes Hotel and Restaurant Supplies, where I spent 30 years designing, supplying, and installing commercial restaurant kitchens and laundries for the hotels. So there's very few out there that I didn't have my hand in, including a few restaurants that the Honourable Minister owned. And I spent 6 years as the president of the Cayman Islands Restaurant Association, until myself, Doug Sears, someone we should all remember, Rod McDowell, someone we should honor in the tourism industry, got together, sitting waiting to have a meeting with the Honourable Tom Jefferson, and we in that meeting decided to create the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, where I served as a director for a couple of years. There are people that we have to remember in tourism, persons that supported me as a young Caymanian. I worked in Otmars, I worked at Shenanigans, Big Daddy's, Italian Gardens. I bartended for Barnes Bartending until I became chamber president. My dad said, son, you can't serve them and lead them at the same time. And so I had to give that up. But persons like Ms. Susan Soto, the late Miss Sissa Della Penna, the late Mike Flowers, as Dorothy Scott, all supported me 100% as a young Caymanian, and they were stalwarts within the local tourism industry. So I just wanted to mention them and honor them at this time. Thank you. The way I would be in trouble, Mr. Chairman, if I did not recognize that my wife, who owns Bon Vivant, was the first and major sponsor of Cayman Cookout. So she remains in that industry.
Absolutely, lots of deep roots across many of our families and in the tourism industry. One thing that I just want to mention, Honourable Leader, that you brought up in regards to the difficulties that differing operators have around getting goods, items, not goods, in and out of Cayman. Certainly I got a request just this week, and certainly the approach that I've taken is a very liberal one because, and I want to say it here publicly because these stories always grow legs in our little small community called the Cayman Islands. They run extremely fast, they run extremely far. From my perspective, this is a very low-risk area of leakage of government revenues. And so because it's low risk, I've taken a very liberal approach, and in fact, the last one I got, I contacted the Minister of Home Affairs directly and gave him authority to inform customs, and we wrote the people back to say, bring your items. I mean, as you said, they sent us this long list with serial numbers and all sorts of things, and we simply need to get out of the way of making sure the business comes to Cayman. Because the fact is, this is a very, very low-risk area for us as a country. And so we need to do what it takes to make sure that the items happen and people's experience in and out of Cayman become one that is much, much more seamless, not trying to treat promoters, especially, and a lot of them are local promoters, treating them like they're some sort of thieves trying to gyp the government, when in fact we know that the cost, the value of the items, a lot of them that they're getting on rent means they're going to go back, because the owners of that equipment is going to ensure they get it back to move on to their next venue. And I'm not going to, and so I hear you, and that is an area that we certainly are going to work closely together to make sure that we don't continue to stumble over ourselves, because you quite rightly put it, it has been a hugely negative area.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Afternoon. Just a brief intervention to piggyback on your comment, which I think stems from what the leader of the opposition is getting at. It's a good thing that our conference packages are diversifying. We're starting to get conferences and interest from conferences over the years that we perhaps didn't even conceive of in decades gone by. So your point is quite right in terms of how we now revamp the entry point and the exit point. In addition to that, what the DP and I have been working on is a greater synergy between financial services and tourism. With all the rules around substance and activity having to happen here, that means more board meetings are happening here. That means more conferences want to happen here. So I've already started to talk to the DP and Ms. Rosa, who does amazing work, of how we join those bridges, because there's a lot of activity that we can continue to capture because people want, because tourism is just a reason to visit. And if we're getting more reason to visit from business, then financial services and tourism really need to twin in terms of their contributions to the island. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry. Thank you, member. Just for my last on the subject, and I want to help you out with it, on the items coming in, such as equipment and all that stuff. I have no doubt in my mind that at 100% of the time, these event folks are working with our local people, sometimes all of them. So all you would need is a confirmation that they're working with a local events company here to cover that aspect of it. The second part of it is, that I forgot, is visas. I go by experiences. I remember Hyundai wanted to have their big conference here. The head of the president of the company was from Korea. The vice president of the region was from Colombia, and when they saw what they had to go through to get the visa to come to Cayman, they moved the conference somewhere else. I feel that these conferences coming to the Ritz and the Westin and stuff should be managed by the Ritz office, by their event staff people. They can collect $50, we collect $100, and send the list to immigration and get the visas for the persons to come in for the conference. These are not the people that we have a visa regime to keep out of the country. So.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Saunders, member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Chairman, I know you're anxious to get on to the schedule, so I'm going to open up that part of the scheduled conversation, recognizing that I have filed a motion on DAT1, and the motion which reads, in accordance with Standing Order 843 of the Parliament Standing Orders 2025, I, Christopher S. Saunders, elected member for Bordentown West, give notice to move the following amendment to the Appropriation Financial Years 2026 and 2027 Bill 2025. 1, that head DAT1 be reduced by $1 for 2026 and $1 for 2027 in respect of advice and support to the Minister for Tourism and Trade Development. As you may recall, Mr. Chairman, that motion was filed exactly to trigger the statements that we have and the conversations that we have. And so far, I must say that, one, I am impressed with the Deputy Premier and the Minister of Tourism opening statement. Was very passionate and it was well delivered. But one of the things I just want to touch on before I withdraw this motion, and so we can get back on schedule, is I'm happy that he's actually mentioned the National Tourism Plan. It is something that is actually badly needed. I think it's something that's long overdue. I know that the Department of Tourism, as in the past, worked on developing other plans, which unfortunately sometimes get hijacked in a different manner in their terms of their own tourism plan. But one of the things, and I'm encouraged that the Premier said what he said, is in terms of linking financial services to tourism. And the reason being, Mr. Chairman, is that in the past, those two were linked together before you add the former Ministry of Financial Services. And you, I know you yourself would be aware of that, but you go back to the IMAC conferences from the 1980s, those things sprung out of the fact that most of the companies that we have are US-based companies, and US tax laws, when you talk about mind and management, does not allow US companies to be offshore and have their board meetings in the US. And as a result, many of those entities had their board meetings here in Cayman. And for whatever reason, the government, and I can tell exactly when between 2005 and 2009, the government lost its way in delinking that relationship between financial services and tourism, where they just started having those meetings in other jurisdictions outside of Cayman, when in the past they used to always come into Cayman. So many of us are old enough to remember, I think it was Joe Young was building all of those hotels. We were catering for business travelers because they had to basically be coming to Cayman. I mean, whether they like it or not, they just had to come here. And we lost our way with that, so I'm very happy to see that coming back. I remember, and you, Mr. Chairman, would remember back in 2010, when you had to also help us move mountains, where part of the deal when HSBC was doing the bond for government, we insisted that HSBC's capital conference be held in the Cayman Islands, and to put that in note, to get invited to that conference, you had to be in the $100 million borrowing club. In other words, if you're not borrowing at least $100 million or lending $100 million, we would invite you. We had guys flying in on private jets, and only to be told that they couldn't land, or customs, well, immigration wanted to hold their passport. These are multimillionaires and private jets coming in, and we're telling them that they need to leave their passport. And you remember, Mr. Chairman, what had to be done at that time just to have millionaires and billionaires come into this country for a day. And we were chasing them away. You know what I mean? So I do understand that. And the last thing I just want to mention before I withdraw this motion is on Cayman Airways being a business. I agree with the minister in that regard, but the one thing that needs to be clear, Cayman Airways is competing against other major US airlines that, while they're also a business, they are not in the transport business. Those major US airlines, and you remember the thing I sent you, Mr. Minister, well, Deputy Premier, where those major US airlines are no longer in the transport business, they're operating like banks. So you cannot have a transport company, Cayman Airways, competing with other major US carriers that are hell-bent or determined, or the business model allow them to lose money on the transportation side because they make their profit back on the loyalty program. Those are the programs that are carrying those airlines. So any Caribbean country believe that they can make money from transporting on an airline in a seat, that is done. Air Jamaica, BWIA, and all of them have proven it can't work. So transportation has to be subsidized. And when we talk about Cayman Airways, there are other things that Cayman Airways provide to this economy. And if anyone have any doubt, take a look at Turks and Caicos when Cayman Airways used to provide a service. The minute the Americans went in and we left, some days you fly into Miami, it's a $1,500 ticket. At least on the average, we can get a ticket for $300, $400, $500 year round going to Florida. They don't have that. I mean, so there are other things that Cayman Airways provide in our market that keeps the airline fares down. And those, like I said, those US carriers don't mind because they're already losing money on the seats because they're making the money elsewhere. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, and I got that off of my chest, DAT1, the motion that I have filed to reduce the vote by $1 for each year, I have now put a motion here to withdraw that motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration, Honourable Member. Member for Red Bay, Mr. Tatum, and members, we are approaching the 12:30 hour, and so we'll continue to take questions on the statement until that time, and then we move on to the appropriation group.
Sorry, I got a motion on the floor to withdraw my motion.
Mr., as we said earlier, because we're in committee, you don't need a seconder, so you can withdraw your motion on your own. Yes. So the motion is withdrawn. No vote, no. Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to chime in with what was said earlier on in terms of the link between financial services and tourism. That link goes back to the very inception. I was reminded of a report that I read entitled, some of us may have seen it, I came across this years ago, called Creating Cayman as an Offshore Financial Center, published by the University of Alabama. And in there, I'll just read one little bit, sir. It said, this is with regard to the creation of the 1960 Companies Law. It said, the administrator who introduced the law into the Assembly pursued two goals suggested by his immediate predecessor. First, the company registration fees. And before I say this bit, sir, we had been, as a country during the 50s and 60s, struggling to find sources of funds to create a way to eradicate mosquitoes. So I'll continue. It said the company registration fees would provide funds for the mosquito eradication program, and second, a growing financial sector could create employment for the seamen whose jobs were threatened. Where I'm going with this, sir, is that early creation of those fees was used to. Sorry. Okay. I won't go much further into this. I'm just going to. So I'm just showing the link from the early days of financial services, the importance of those fees being used to get rid of mosquitoes to help grow the important tourism. Back then, tourism was more important than the financial services sector. That's the link. I'd also like to thank the Honourable Minister for his very moving bit of his speech towards the end, and for acknowledging the importance of tourism. It continues to be important. And yes, my brother Russell and I did work at the Brack Reef for the huge sum of $13 a day back when we were teenagers. If I could start, sir, page 4 of your statement, sir. Room stock by product category. I guess I could guess at this, but I'd rather not guess. Are you able to say how many of those are Airbnbs, or are all the Airbnbs in the guest house villas sector, or do you have the number of those that are Airbnbs?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you, member from Red Bay, about 800 approximately.
Member from Red Bay continuing.
Thank you, sir. I'll just jump to page 7. Cruise. I'm very happy to see the cruise numbers there going up. Do you have a breakdown? If not, could you provide it in terms of a breakdown by the cruise line? Because some cruise lines are worth more than others. I'll phrase it that way.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member from Red Bay, I can get that for you in writing, but I do have it, but I don't have it right here with me.
That's fine, sir. I think it's important for us to know what that is, so we'll say exactly what lines it is are coming. Page 10. I've had a few constituents write to me with questions with regards to the visitor experience development grant. I will summarize it into there was a series of questions. I'll summarize it into sort of probably 4. Could you advise in the I think there's another round to come, but in what's gone so far, how many applicants applied, if you have that there? And also, how many were actually granted?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The persons assisted in 2024 was 14, and persons assisted in 2025 is 5, and they're to be announced.
And the number applied, he also asked, not just granted, how many applied?
Mr. Chairman, I get that information.
If you don't have it here, I'm happy to receive it otherwise.
Mr. Chairman, it was 110 that applied in 2024 and 65 in 2025.
Continuing.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I thank the honourable member as well. The 14 for 2024, were those announced? I know you weren't there then, but if those weren't announced, and also for 2025, by announced, I mean, were they made public?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I got information.
I'm not looking at holding up anything, sir. So if that can be provided, I'm quite fine with that. I don't want to slow things down. I just want to make sure I get the information so I can pass it on.
Mr. Chairman, through you, member from Red Bay, the number that I have for the 5 in 2025, they're to be announced. So I'm still waiting on the 2024, the 14 from 2024.
Or if that has been announced somewhere, you can let me know.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the 14 for 2024 they've been notified, but it hasn't been, I guess, if you're asking public announced?
Yes.
No, they have been public. It hasn't been public, but they've been notified.
Okay, so that will be forthcoming at some point as well then.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, I will make sure that the ministry passes that information on.
And then the final question on that, sir, is there what is the expected process and as we give these grants, do we follow them up to see if they've been successful, if the entities have gone on to create the new experiences as was expected?
Honourable Minister, the member is looking for impact.
Very good word, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, sir, there is a process that the ministry has connection and checking up on it.
I leave that there, sir. Page 11. Kimberley Race. Also dear to my heart for many, many reasons. But one of which is that it is the only airline that can take me back to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. In Red Bay, there are many Caymanians like myself who have migrated from the Brac, who've made their life here, and now live within the Red Bay constituency, and several in the Prospect constituency as well next door. But I'm looking to see what I've asked this before. What has been a perpetual, not perpetual, ongoing issue. Improvements to the service. We were so be looking at funding, I thought, a new SAB. Could you provide some information to us in terms of improvements for the flights to the Brac? And I don't think there's anything in the budget for it, but what are the plans to improve the flights to the Brac? And are we actually looking at getting another SAB? Or what's the situation with that? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, like I said, Cayman Airways had their board meeting yesterday, and I'm sure this would have been discussed. I have not heard any details back from that meeting, but when I did speak with the CEO some time ago, they were speaking about considering a third SAB to add for the BRAC.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask if once you're aware of what the position is, if you could make me know, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, absolutely.
Mr. Mike Taggart, member for Georgetown East.
Thank you. Just briefly, sir. Minister, Third, sir, would that be to add frequency or for redundancy?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, let me confer with the CEO on this, please.
That's what I think so too.
Mr. Chairman, through you, as I thought it would be both.
Well, okay. And then, Minister, I just want to correct a couple of things that you mentioned in your speech. Everybody else was doing it, but I do have questions when we get into your appropriations. You mentioned my mother being one of the regional flight attendants for Cayman Airways, but it wasn't Cayman Airways, it was Cayman Brac Airways. So I'm going back a decade before that. She and Isabel Geiger or Billiter, they were the first two that I remember with Cayman Brac Airways. Now I got to tell you, my father was not happy. He did not like her being a flight attendant. So it didn't last very long. And then what my second thing is, I kind of slipped my mind, I'm having a senior moment here. I'll remember it and I'll get another chance, sir.
With that, thank members for all the questions. So now we look to DAT1, advice and support to the Minister of Tourism and Trade Development. Are there any questions? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the minister say if there's any plans to increase the TAC or the TSC?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member of Georgetown Central, at this time, no.
Okay. Also, in your budget document, you have in, apologies, let me just bring it back up. On page 106, you have the intention to improve the financial reporting and recording system, upon which if it's the same thing I'm thinking of, I fully support, but I want you to expand on that for me, if you can, where you're planning to take that. Look on page 106, under the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development Plans. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bullet point down. Also, it's the third bullet point under the Department of Tourism. It's also a part of your outline of your risk management to revenue, modernizing your revenue collection process. Can you tell me about that? What are you expanding to do there?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, just give me a minute, please, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, through you, it's an online platform to collect the revenue, and it's been more efficient manner.
Honorable Member, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support this. It's something that the department has been trying to do for some time. But also, there is a report that we wanted to do, but it was going to be a costly exercise to ensure that we can streamline and show where the value of tourism is across the country. I've failed to remember the terminology of the tax system. I think Chief Officer I think you're going to get some advice on it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, tourism satellites accounts.
Correct.
And it's being advanced by the ESO.
Okay, so I can assume then that eventually we're going to get there.
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes.
Okay, I just want, if they ask you for money to do this, trust me when I say this, for tourism and the greater economy and understanding our revenue measures and the value of tourism, support them. Trust me when I say that, because without it, they continue to undermine what the value of tourism is because we can't prove the dollar figure. This system will allow us to pinpoint from point to touch point exactly what the economic value is to this country. So if you hear them come, Minister, I just encourage you, please support them on it. All right. The other question that I had on the DAT1, which deals with MDT 18, MDT 19, was the, forgive me, I got so many questions listed out here that I want to make sure that I'm asking under the right appropriation and follow your instructions, Mr. Chair. Okay, it doesn't fall under that line item, and I want to make sure I keep in line with each line item because I think you're trying to create some discipline now, so I'll wait till the next line item.
Any further questions on DAT 1? Questions on DAT 1? If not, in accordance with Standing Order 83.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, there's one. Can the minister confirm that from an advertising money perspective, the department's budget has increased?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, give me 2 minutes, please. 1 minute. Mr. Chairman, through you, that has decreased slightly because they had to move monies around to support global operations.
Honorable Minister, continue. Honorable Member, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say something with this question, supported with a question. Minister, for too long, even me as former minister, unfortunately, we treat tourism like a stepsister and stepbrother. Your department technocrats are the foundation of tourism in this country. You need to be able to give them enough funding to market. As a former business, well, not former business owner, I think you still have some businesses. You know the importance of marketing. If they don't have the marketing budget, I had fights with my own colleagues when I was there, where I had to come back and get supplementaries because they convinced me, oh, you can get the money, you can come back for supplementary later. Don't fall for that. Do not fall for that. Fight for your ministry. It's one of my biggest regrets as minister is not fighting hard enough for DOT to ensure that they had the money. If you can't tell somebody to come here, they ain't gonna come. We're competing with the world, not the Caribbean, the world. So when they say they need the money, find it. Every other minister going to find their priorities for them. You were in charge of tourism. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy to hear that it's decreased a little bit. I thought it increased, but I realized because it's hidden under other appropriations for marketing components, and it's not there, you're going to have to probably come back here for a supplementary because you are competing against the rest of the world. And our main source market, the United States, is going through a lot of chaos right now with their spend. So we're going to have to work harder with our marketing strategists to convince them that Cayman is the place to come. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, and I appreciate that. And I look at the forecast with 2026 and for the air arrivals and also cruise ships for 2026 and 2027. So I know our marketing money is working for us.
DAT1, since there are no further questions on DAT1, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule to the bill described as DAT1, advice and support to the Minister of Tourism and Trade Development in the amounts of $2,850,110 in 2026 and $2,951,466 in 2027, to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item stands as approved as a schedule in the schedule to the bill. DAT 17, Tourism Support, Training, Promotional, and Advertising Activities. I thought the member just asked that question. Since there's...
To be balanced, Mr. Chairman, DAT 17 that deals with the actual Department of Tourism, I know the forecasted spend went from 24.9 million to in 2025 to roughly 28 million in 2026 and 28 million in 2027. What's driving that increase for the Department of Tourism?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you for member from Bartontown West. It was increased for 2026 by $3 million compared to 2025 due to personnel costs, $1.2 million in the COLA, pension in Synaco, and supplies, consumables of $1.3 million. Advertising, marketing, professional fees, lease, and IPSAS 43 lease depreciation, $500,000.
Honorable member, continuing.
Thank you very much. Just to make a note, Mr. Chairman, through you to the honorable member, is that normally with 2026 being a midterm election year in the United States, marketing costs normally goes up in some markets, depends on where the battlegrounds are for the U.S. congressional election. So you may want to keep that in mind as you go for your supplementary, that you'll be competing in an expensive market at that time.
And the member will have full support of the caucus and the Minister of Finance for any supplementary funding that could be needed based on those outcomes.
We got that on right.
We got that in writing?
So you're good, you're good.
I want to make sure that we put that for the record.
You have
Matter
it.
of fact, Hansard's that's listening, I want a copy of it as soon as the committee is over. Because we're going to remember that.
All members have all access to all Hansards with social media, and I'm surprised that the member from Georgetown Central has allowed me to start Finance Committee 3 consecutive days without double checking that YouTube was up and running. This will be in his permanent record in YouTube, Hansards, and everywhere for the rest of time. Are there any further questions on DAT 17? Since there are no further questions, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as DAT 17, Tourism Support, Training, Promotional, and Advertising Activities in the amounts of $27,910,525 in 2026 and $28,099,706 in 2027. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item on the schedule now to the bill is approved. CAL 1, Strategic Domestic Air Services.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mid-sentence, okay.
Oh, boy. All right. Cal, so I heard the minister speaking about expanding opportunities with different routes. Are you talking about with airlines or with Cayman Airways? And I only give you the context of this because when we launched LAX, flight to Los Angeles and to Panama, the monies that you're giving Cayman Airways right now, they will not be able to expand like that. We had to give them seed money to start LAX. So I don't know what context you mean by you're expanding. I'm assuming maybe in partnerships like what DOT does, go out and find bridge airlines. Like a lot of the ones that you're announcing today was hard work we were doing on many trips from before. Not taking the credit for it, but it's important that we highlight that. This is work that has been ongoing for quite some time. So I'm saying I want to know where you're going with it because I want to make sure that the budget allocation for Cayman Airways is equal to that because you can't say you want to do something if you don't have the money for it. So
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. One of the things we discussed earlier was the looking for the acquiring of a possible third sub. That's an expansion as well, although it's domestic. We the Cayman Airways had a board meeting yesterday. I don't know how all the information that came from there. I don't know what was discussed. So some of those I can't elaborate on as of right now. But for instance, we were speaking about a possible Austin route as well.
Honorable Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Chairman, I just needed to correct an earlier statement by the member for Georgetown Central, where he was saying that he had to basically get his funding. In the first budget, he got every cent from me that he had asked for. I just want to set that for the record. And then secondly, I also had a slush fund in my ministry, which I gave him money to expand his LA route. So I don't want to say that he didn't get any support for tourism, well, at least when I was there. So I just want to clear my name in that regard. I don't know what they did to him after I left, but he got what he got from me.
And just for clarity and my recollection of how a number of ministers have ran excess funding, you didn't quite mean slush fund. You meant an excess appropriation that could then be divvied up.
No. Actually, no.
Thank you for the clarity, Mr. Chairman.
Let's describe it the way I
Mr.
have.
Chairman,
Thank you.
I can tell exactly what we did. We went through every single ministry, took out all the fat, and we buried it all in one place. No. We buried all the, no. I can tell you why I'm saying that to you. Because there's a lot of fat buried around all of these budgets, and I want to tell you as Minister of Finance, you need to go find every one of them and centralize it in one place, and then as you need to give it out, you give it out. That's how government works.
Minister, having been returned to this parliament, I hope the Minister of Plahi doesn't think for 1 minute that I don't understand where his fat is buried. And so let's make sure that we are very, very cognizant about how budgeting works. And I clearly understand where you're coming from, former Minister of Finance. But are there any further questions on Carl 1?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. But just for the record, we did a Section 11.5 for appropriation from another budget allocation that wasn't being used at the time. I don't know anything about any slush fund, sir. I think it was just a miscategorization of the appropriation.
Spaghetti around the plate.
Spaghetti around the plate. That's what they term it as. In respect to the question, can the minister say if he plans to bring Cayman Airways on par with the civil service in respect to their benefits and pay scales as per the requirement of the PMFA?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, let me get some advice on that, sir.
You're referring to the Public Authorities Law.
Sorry, you're right. The Public Authorities Act. Sorry. Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. What did I say?
Always looking out for your member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's referring to the
Minister.
Public Authorities Act.
Yes.
It's not as far as bring them on par, but it's to reduce the gap.
Thank you. And is there monies in this two-year budget to reduce that gap? Because I'm not trying to go back into our ministry, but we started that process on the basis of the concern of the gap between the obligation of the law. So we increased their salaries, we increased their pension contributions, a lot of those things, but didn't get it to the adequate amount as per what the law requires. Now, if you're saying that you're planning to reduce the gap as you were just advised, is the monies in this budget to do that?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, just give me 1 second, please.
And just to say, there are a number of areas that various ministers have taken over, and this is included, to which boards are new. And so there are a number of reviews that's happening, and the information is going to get fed in. And so I'm anticipating some additional requests potentially being made. So you're right on your line of questioning.
Mr. Chairman, through you, to my understanding, it's not a requirement to reduce it, so therefore, the reduction has already been made.
I'm confused. There's not a requirement to reduce it, or you mean to increase it?
He meant the gap. He's referring to the gap.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it's not a requirement to eliminate it, but it has already been reduced.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. To bring it in line with the Public Authorities Act for mutual benefits and pay scales. So, what has been the legal advice to Cayman Airways? Have they met the threshold that meets the Public Authorities Act? And I know the answer, Minister. So please make sure your advisors advise you right in respect to that. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. You don't have the money in your budget, and you have an obligation. I had the same problem. So take advice very carefully is all I'm saying.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, let me seek the advice. Mr. Chairman, the information that's been given to me was to reduce it, and we've reduced it. Based on the legal advice.
Mr. Chairman, I will not belabor this. I think you helped opine on it earlier that let the board, the new board, assess the situation, and if there needs to be supplementaries, you will address it. So thank you for that part. There was one question that, unfortunately, I don't know how I allowed this to happen, but I know because the minister is so prepared and ready to answer these questions, I'm happy to ask them, even though they kind of went across, because I didn't see his answer for the National Tourism Plan timeline for development, which has Cayman Airways involved in it, so I can get away from that perspective to ask the question.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, my ministry and I will be having a strategic meeting within the next 2 weeks, and also we'll be planning to start on the National Tourism Plan, probably in the first coming of 2026.
Thank you. Sticking with Cayman Airways, our Miss Cayman usually used to work closely with Cayman Airways, but I noticed that there's no monies in this budget at all for Miss Cayman. Have you, I don't know, the line item has disappeared. Is there no more funding, no more plans for Miss Cayman at all?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, just getting that information.
Oh, you're looking for, you won't find it because it's not there. Oh, you know, okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the sponsorship for the Miss Universe Cayman has been moved into tourism scholarships under TP12.
Thank you so much, sir. Just hold one quick second.
We've been doing well, Mr. Bryan. You trusted his answers thus far. Let's move it along.
Yeah. Sorry? I thank you. The tourism scholarship. I didn't ask you about a scholarship, sir. There's a difference between the awarded scholarship that we give to Miss Cayman for the winner and the funding to support the organization to run the pageant.
just to help matters along, unless things have changed materially, because I had this question asked to me just the other day in my ministry, so hopefully we don't have two scholarships floating around. As far as I'm aware, there's a clear obligation to the Minister of Education for the scholarship to Miss Cayman. That's what I've been told. Miss Cayman World and Miss Cayman Universe. That's what I've been told. The question was asked if we're going to honor it.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I can assist. We always sponsor them with money. The Education Department gave the scholarship. I think they've categorized this as a sponsorship component. No, they actually do both. They do both. You're right. They do both. So I don't know where the double thing is, but what I'm saying is the scholarship money is there. I can see that in the appropriation. I saw that in the TP. What I'm talking about is the money to sponsor the event is in there. And I don't know what people's public opinion is this, but I can promise you this, the exposure we get internationally, and matter of fact, I think the minister would quite know what I'm talking about. His amazing daughter did a very good job in this area, so you're familiar with the benefits of it from an exposure tourism perspective, but there's no funding for Miss Cayman anymore.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that will be rolled up in TP 67, sir.
I didn't see you list, it wasn't listed in what you gave us, so you're saying you're going to put it in?
Correct.
Okay, all right, good, that's good. That's gone. I just want to make sure they get the support that they need. Just trying to make sure it's under the right line item, Mr. Chairman. In respect to Cayman Airways works very closely with getting people who sometimes miss their flights into Cayman to get onto the cruise ship. So in respect to cruise, is the cruise tourism plan going to be a part of the national tourism plan?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that would absolutely be the right thing to do, is have cruise and stay over under the main national tourism plan.
And in light of that, can you say what the intended plan would be, particularly, because remember now, and I'm not trying to trick you in any way, the country has decided by way of referendum, and the government has accepted that the country has said no to cruise pair. How do you plan to develop the cruise tourism plan now? Because I'll tell you, one of the biggest hurdles for developing it, stay over, we have a master plan. There is hope that the team there can run that around in 50 circles. You just need to give them time and the money to write it. And they'll give you a beautiful document, a beautiful strategy. They've been doing great for decades. Not because of you or I or a former minister. It's that team that you have there, and I would trust that you trust the advice that they give you, because they know what they're doing. But without the cruise component with the infrastructure, what has been your direction to them in respect to placing it in the development of cruise?
Minister, I'm going to allow the question. However, this is CAL 1, and now we're venturing on to cruise tourism.
It's just
but I'm going to allow this question, then we get back to CAL.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you, member from Georgetown Central. This will be taken care of when we have our meeting, when we discuss the strategy meeting next week for the cruise or the national tourism plan coming in January. We meet on that. So as to give you specifics right now, I couldn't give you specifics.
Are there any further questions on CAL 1, Strategic Domestic Air Services?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any new routes that Cayman Airways is possible to look at? I know the minister had mentioned, like Austin and so forth. Is there anything else that you're looking at pursuing?
And that would be CAL 2, because we're in domestic. Because can we just take the vote on domestic, members? Thank you. First, with the standing order 83-3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CAL 1, Strategic Domestic Air Services, in the amounts of $3,134,000 in 2026 and $3,134,000 in 2027. Total bill All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The item is approved as part of the schedule to the bill. CAL 2, Strategic Tourism, Regional and Core Air Services. Minister, there's a question.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Minister for Barton West, like I said, they had a meeting yesterday. I don't know what was discussed, but there are opportunities and other destinations that are interest of us right now, but I can't give you a specific, definite answer now right now.
Thank you very much. Let's continue on, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay. I know sometimes that the Department of Tourism works very closely with Cayman Airways in terms of like developing routes and so forth. Are there any routes that the DOT is maybe exploring that CAL may be looking at, or other airlines or whatever?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you. Member from Barton West. Yes, Austin right now is on our radar screen, and I'm looking forward to hearing an update from that, shortly.
Oh, sorry.
We're continuing.
Thank you. Get an update from who?
From the board or from management? Because I don't know what was discussed at the meeting yesterday.
No, but this one is in relation to tourism itself. The Department of Tourism also does a separate exercise in terms of route, like potential routes, or they provide input or recommendations. Yeah. So, is there anything that's in the pipeline?
Honorable
So
Minister.
they do that separately because Cayman Airways is just really a tool, a subset of the overall tourism product.
Honorable
Mr. Chairman,
Minister.
just give me 1 minute, sir. Mr. Chairman, the answer, based on the market research that we received, we're looking at also Seattle, San Francisco, Phoenix, and Austin.
No, we're cooking with gas. Mr. Brian, thanks much. I'll leave it back to your area.
CAL 2.
You want to buy more planes?
CAL 2.
Do you
Further questions on CAL 2? I think the answer said that there are areas of interest and therefore more work needs to be done to ensure what the final decision would be.
Actually, I have one follow-up then. Sorry, Kenneth, just to close off my section then. In terms of you, is there any consideration, this is going back to CAL 2 now, is there any consideration of using like the SABs to go to like Dom Rep or Montego Bay or something like that from a regional standpoint?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that is part of the logic of acquiring a third SAB to be able to do those regional routes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Just one quick question behind you, member from Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just curious to know what is the overall load factor on the jet services that we fly, the main international routes?
Excellent question. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it's in the region of 58% for the jet.
And follow up to it, then what is the break-even load factor?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the CEO would like to answer this question.
Fabian Worm, CEO of Cayman Airways, through the chairman. The break-even load factor, there are two ways to look at it. You look at it in terms of fully allocated costs, which is your fixed costs and your variable costs. But primarily when making business decisions, we look at, does it cover its variable costs and what is the contribution to fixed costs? So you have those two elements. At the same time, the break-even load factor, both on a variable and on a fixed fully allocated cost basis, it varies by route and it varies significantly. There's some routes that we operate strategically with the jets, where even if it's 100% full, we're not covering our fully allocated costs, and we only marginally cover our variable costs. There are other routes where fairly low load factors produce a break-even scenario with respect to variable costs. I mean load factors as low as 40%. Those are the routes that have low costs associated with operating them. So to give you an average answer, what I would say is the target that we're looking for on an overall average basis is we need to get that 58 into the region of about 63, 64, 65%. I would further like to add that these numbers may sound low, but remember now our demand flows are highly directional. And let me just use Jamaica as an example. So we're coming up now to a busy season with Christmas, where everybody wants to go home. And we're going to add flights to accommodate the demand as best we can. But on the return, those flights are not going to have good loads. Some of them are going to have loads as, you know, one-digit loads, less than 10. So that is the reality of much of what we do. So it's not ever easy for us to achieve load factors approaching 70%, even though an average airline will experience successful, what would be success for them would be load factors that are in the 80% range. But that's just not a reality that Cayman Airways has ever experienced, and I don't anticipate it possible going forward.
While you're there, if you don't mind, I could ask you another question. The Los Angeles route, how is that performing?
That is, through the chair, that is covering its variable costs and making a contribution to our fixed costs. We still have capacity that we struggle to fill. So the route is performing well enough for us to continue operating it. But when you look at the opportunity cost, it takes up an airplane essentially for a whole day or 2 half days, a half day going, half day coming back. We would like to see better performance from that route. So we're working to see now how we can strategize with the DOT or in any other way possible where we can maximize our efforts of putting more exposure in the marketplace, in the Los Angeles marketplace. How do we expose Cayman more? Because it's a very big market, which is a good thing because it can be a very successful market then for us, eh? But it's also a market that's very noisy. It's difficult to create that presence that we need, but we're happy with where we are. You may have realized at some point in the past, we went from 1 frequency a week to 2. Even at 2, it was covering its variable costs, but only marginally. So we had better overall performance with 1 frequency. So we're back at 1. Ideally, we'd like to grow that to 2. So that is one of the challenges.
Well, I was wondering, as you were talking about that, sir, through you, Mr. Chairman, that whether the fact that it is only 1 flight a week, whether that was an impediment to the development of the route.
Mr. Worms continuing.
Through the chair, more frequency will always create more demand because it becomes more convenient for the traveling public. But it's all about finding the right balance between demand and capacity that we put in. So we can add more capacity and we create more demand, but we added more capacity than the demand created, so the feasibility becomes less successful.
Thank you very much, sir. Just my last question, if I could. Miami, I was very pleased to see that you brought back, most days I think you're operating 102, 103, 106, 107. Has the reemergence of American on that evening flight overnight had any effect on our passenger loads?
Mr. Worms?
Through the chair. So just to give a little bit of clarity, Cayman Airways historically, when the capacity was matched with the demand, and I say the capacity that both Cayman Airways and American supplied, when it was matched with the demand, Cayman Airways operated typically 2 flights per day and 3 on some days to Miami. Miami is no longer that market for us. And the reason we had to move away from having a morning flight every day and an evening flight every day, and even on some days having an afternoon flight, is because the numbers weren't there to sustain that capacity that we put in. So we surgically went in and we realigned our capacity so that on the days when an afternoon flight, which is good for connectivity with tourists, on the days when that was the best flight, we retained that. On the days when we needed an evening flight, we retained that. On the days when we needed a morning flight, we retained that. However, we ended up now with some complaints because we're now not offering what people are historically accustomed to, which is a morning and an evening flight every day, all right? But this was done to improve our financial performance, and it did produce better results. The issue now is with American bringing in daily, nightly, and morning service. This is good for the Cayman Islands, and we're a part of Team Cayman. Cayman Airways is a part of Team Cayman. But we expect, and we're starting to see some signs, we expect that there's going to be maybe a little bit more capacity in the market than what we think suits Cayman Airways. So we're looking at it carefully. We'll have to wait and see. But I can't tell you that this is going to be something that's positive for Cayman. It's more than likely necessary. More than likely, it will have a negative effect on Cayman Airways.
From Borden down west.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Mr. Mike Taggart from Georgetown East for asking that question, because it gave me an opportunity to highlight what I said earlier. If you look at American Airlines load factor, it's 86%. Delta is 85%, United is 84%, and Southwest is 78%. Those are quite high load factors. But then if you drill into their financial statements and you break their operations out between what they make on transporting passengers versus what they make on their loyalty program, you will see that the actual transport side is actually losing money, but they're making money, they're making it back on the loyalty side. And that's the point in which I'm making, in the sense that we can't expect Cayman Airways to compete with airlines that operationally is going to lose money on the transport side. And even with load factors of 86%, operationally they're still losing money on the transport side, but they're making it up elsewhere in terms of their loyalty programs. And as you can see, many local banks now are tying into the same loyalty program, where they have their credit cards now either tied to the American Airlines program or this program or that program, because that is really where it's going. So I want to say that even if Cayman Airways get up to a load factor, you're still going to find the same pressures are going to be there, because even within the industry right now, 86% load factor does not even guarantee that from a transport side they're going to make a profit. So I'm glad that the member from Georgetown East raised that issue, but we want to set the expectation. And as we said before, this is why we consider Cayman Airways an economic accelerator as opposed to just what it is. And least we forget, Jamaica just got hit by a hurricane, and I can guarantee you, all of us remember how valuable even Cayman Airways was right after Hurricane Ivan back then over 20 years ago. So when you have your own airlift and you can do certain things, and that's the reason why, and again, I'm glad the Premier was able to be the first international airline back into Jamaica right after in terms of offering assistance. So there are other factors and other intangibles that is hard to quantify that Cayman Airways provide to the local economy. That is just difficult, but it's a valuable airline. And like we said, our goal is just to make sure it is as efficiently as possible with the resources that we have. So I just wanted to put that out here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And then further questions on CAL 2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can the minister just confirm the LAX and Panama flights will be staying in operation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we can confirm that they will be staying in operation, LAX and Panama.
Thank you, Minister. This question is to the Minister through you, Mr. Chairman, but hopefully his chief of the airline can answer. I know I was hoping to get it resolved when I was Minister, but we didn't. The arrival gate for Cayman Airways is a problem for a lot of Caymanians. The walk when you arrive in Miami it's like a mile away. And I know because of there's cost associations with the location of the gate, the availability and all that, but even if we have to digest some of that cost, Mr. Minister, on the basis of the quality of our people not having to walk, I see some of our seniors like stopping and taking water breaks on the way from the plane to where immigration is. It's really, really long. And if that means a little added extra for the company, I think it's something that we all as MPs would support you on to make sure that airline, because we're not only servicing the economic accelerator, but our Caymanian people feel proud to take the airlines. And this is the comment that made me know we have to cover it. A person said, you know what, I love Cayman Airways, but I can't do this anymore. I fly in American because they can get off on American and don't have to work and burn 500,000 calories before they get to the immigration. We have to change that. So I don't know if the CEO can potentially speak to it, what the cost factor hinderations are or anything like that. Through you, Mr. Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that, and also the member from Georgetown Central. I consider myself pretty fit too, and I find it to be a long walk sometime. But to answer the particulars and the details, whether it's cost or availability, I will ask the CEO if he would answer that.
CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. So I bring good news, but I bring it reluctantly because we have just instituted a soft launch using Concourse E instead of Concourse F. Concourse E is also connected to Concourse D, which is the really nice concourse. And it will allow us to now access passengers that fly in domestically into Concourse D or E to go directly to our counters at our gates and connect to Cayman if their bag is checked all the way through. So that's a plus. The other thing is Concourse E it's on a finger. It's like a peninsula. So it's a distance out, but it has a train service. So we have actually measured the time that it takes, and it's going to save the time that a passenger would spend going and coming. We did it for the cruise. It's going to shave 15 minutes off the time it takes our cruise, the flight crews, to make that journey. So it's definitely much less walking, even though the distance may be a little bit more, but the periods that you have to walk. So this is still not ideally what we would like. So I'll now go back to the question of the cost. It never really was a question of the cost. It's just how Miami-Dade, which operates the Miami International Airport, It's how they prioritize their gate usage, and they have to take lots of things into consideration. And we are a very long user of the Miami International Airport, so we have a great relationship, but we're also a very tiny user. So it's just the life that we live as a small airline. We can't always get what we want. But we've been sticking with this for a very long time to try and get here. And I'll dare say that I'd like to mention that our dearly departed station manager for Miami, who was a Caymanian, who was with the airline for a very long time, his replacement is also a Caymanian, Mr. Tyrone Wells. And Tyrone Wells has a very long history with Cayman Airways, well beyond 40 years. As a matter of fact, he was a sitting member of the previous board of directors. And he's now our new station manager in Miami, and he was very instrumental in pushing that ball over the line for us to get this new gate. So we plan to do some PR about it. We can still do that, but now the cat is out of the bag. We were going to, as I said, just approach it from the perspective that it's a soft launch, and we'd have the opportunity to get feedback from our passengers during this period, because we still have the option to go back to the old Concourse F, but we're not interested in that at this time.
From Georgetown Central, continuing Cal 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's our job over here in opposition, to get the cat out of the bag. So I'm not surprised you had to release it. Just further on this distance thing, because when we arrive, we normally at Concourse F, which is a very short distance. That's when you're at the airport. I'm talking about the arrival from Cayman, arriving in Miami. The distance is actually when you arrive over there, not when you're coming back home. But now it's going to be switched around, is what you're saying?
No. The distance when you're leaving is not going to be longer because you have to take a train. But it's not going to be longer in time, right? And it's not going to be longer in terms of the energy you have to expend. Certainly, when you're arriving now, the journey, it is physically longer, but you're not walking the journey. You are taking a train.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing how that pans out. That's my questions on Cal. I'll wait till the next line item.
There are no further questions on Cal 2. In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as Cal 2, Strategic Tourism, Regional and Core Air Services, in the amounts of $15,435,000 in 2026, $15,435,000 in 2027. All those in favor of the item being added to the schedule to the bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Members, given the fact that it's hard for me as chairman to even distinguish now, but I see I think it's two armies I'm seeing now, because I'm seeing the tourism army, and I think I'm now seeing the health army waiting in the wings, despite notwithstanding, we have a lot of public servants and a lot of time here. So I would beg members' indulgence to go to EI1, which is an appropriation to Cayman Airways, so that we can dispatch of anything that we might need the staff and members of the senior management team from Cayman Airways to be involved with, if members would agree. And therefore, I put EI1, Cayman Airways Limited. Are there any questions? Since there are no questions.
There's one question quickly, because I just missed a question. Is there going to be any honorariums for the CAL staff for Christmas, or any cost of living adjustments for CAL staff for this 2-year period?
Member, the government is looking at this matter holistically, and we will make the appropriate announcements in the coming weeks.
Well, I'm happy to hear that the government is now rethinking that, and I want the Cayman Airways staff to get their cost of living adjustment, because cost of living is very high in Cayman, and every one of the working staff down there works so hard. deserve a cost of living
Member from
adjustment.
Georgetown Central, I said the government is.
Oh, the whole, okay. Well,
This is something that we've always been doing.
Pressure bust pipe. We're gonna apply pressure.
There's no reconsideration. This is all.
but it wasn't there. You said so yourself, Chair. It wasn't there. So if you're
Oh, it's
reconsidering.
not there, and that's the way budgets are typically done. I'm just simply saying that you asked the question.
Okay.
And you continue to ask this question
And
whenever
until you
appropriation.
announce it, I'm going to continue to ask because our people deserve the cost of living increase. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful how you find them in the opposition. Later member from Cameron East.
Mr. Chairman, I have the same concern, except that I would not particularly ask it now. I'd wait for when you come in December for the sweep up and show the wonderful surplus. I think it wouldn't be much of consideration to give it to the hard-working civil service that serve the government, the opposition, and the general country. And just to say, Mr. Chair, that although Cal 1 and 2 gone, perhaps I can do it on the EI1. I just want to go on record to shore up the support from the Sister Islands. I'm sure my colleague as well. But that is our lifeline to the Sister Islands. And although I'm a little bit saddened to see that the requisite funds aren't in for the upgrade of the airlines, I have no doubt that when the board considers it's a prudent, ardent, and assiduously working board, that the outcome can only be one. So I wait for that and eagerly anticipate a positive outcome for the Sister Islands.
Very fair comments. Are there any further questions on EI1? Honourable member for Georgetown East.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at the appropriations, this equity injection for Cayman Airways. And you know, in 2025, back in September actually, we voted an additional $12.7 million for Cayman Airways. And to me, when I look at Cayman Airways, it doesn't matter to me whether it comes in an equity injection or a subsidy. I look at the pot and say, what is it taking and costing us to keep Cayman Airways flying? And if you look at 2025, it was pretty much $50 million, talking round numbers. And that was a huge jump with the additional 12.7. So I'm looking at 2026 and 2027 and wondering how in the world is Cayman Airways going to get through these next 2 years, or even even just the 1 year, 2026. To me, I look at it and I think it's a foregone conclusion. You're going to need more money to get through. I struggle, Minister, with your statement that you felt it was enough. I do wonder why you feel that way.
Feelings are a hell of a thing. Mr. Mike Taggart, on page 12, there are a number of one-off items that were wrapped up in the 2025 numbers before the minister responds, which included the old age fees of $5.8 million and some heavy maintenance and other fees. So when you're looking at the totals, I just want to make sure we're getting apples to apples. But certainly, the minister knows that there's a commitment that once the board has done their work, there's a commitment from the government to ensuring that CAL is adequately funded. But I leave it to the minister to say.
Well, in response to you, Mr. Chairman, I would say I saw that and I looked at it, and a number of those fees are fees that we have recurring every year. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got heavy maintenance costs, the CIAA fees, that's even going back to when I was chair of Cayman Airways, there was always an issue with the payment and accumulating fees over years.
Sure, but that 5.8 million was, Minister, if I remember correctly, 8, 9 years? How many years? But how many years did that go back? Because that was a significant cleanup. 10 years. So just to say that it had not been paid in 10 years. So that 5.8 was 10 years. So just saying that it was a significant, and that was disclosed during Finance Committee. So just saying that is still a relatively significant one-off, but I leave it to the minister. So that was a Section 12.
Yes.
That was a Section 12.
So Mr. Chairman, I see what you're trying to say.
21.8 million.
I see what you're trying to say there, but that wouldn't have been calculated in what the original budget for 2024, 2025 was in comparison, because what we're doing is a comparison analysis of what you're getting now compared to what you had before, because we did a supplementary on that. So
Sure.
Your analysis, I see what you're saying there, but even these yields are on a yearly basis, not on a decade basis. So Mr. McTaggart's point is still relevant, that even though it may have covered some things, you're still going to get the reoccurring costs on these things, which would potentially put him in a difficult position to fund the airline. But the most important thing that we can move on from this is that the government has given commitment that when the assessment is done, that everybody here is in support to make sure Cayman Airways gets the necessary funding they need to operate appropriately.
Absolutely. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you very much. That's the case.
Hence comfort. And therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as EI1 Cayman Airways Limited in the amounts of $10,500,000 in 2026 and $8,500,000 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved to the schedule, to the bill, and so I would thank the members of the senior management team from Cayman Airways for your attendance to Finance Committee. Members,
Mr. Chairman, before they leave,
TAB, do we have some block votes coming up?
Yes, I can't promise you that. I'm of the view
Yes,
for
you
the
can.
TAB. But no, before the Cayman Airways amazing staff leave, I just want to say on behalf of the official opposition that we thank you for all your hard work. Tell the rest of the team who fly our turtle that can't fly, but fly, we make it magically happen, to keep up the great work, and we love them.
Mr. Chairman, through you, and member from Georgetown Central, thank you very much for that kind compliment. I know you recognize a good thing when you see one. I also just want to make note of Cayman Airways and the assistance that we have also provided for Jamaica recently with some relief flights. You know, the CEO and the CFO have called them on a Saturday evening, and they were able to scramble the plane for Sunday morning departure to help with Rotary, and also Progressive is sending supplies over for the much-needed people in Jamaica. And I know you had a full board meeting yesterday, gentlemen, and I've kept you to many hours late at night, but thank you and the team, and keep them planes up in there and keep them safe and keep bringing people back, and let's get up to 75%.
Members, we have a number of items coming up, TAB 1 through 5.
Mr. Chairman, after speaking with some of my colleagues, we don't want to do a block vote after a couple of questions, which jump in from one year, because they're all under the National Attractions Authority.
Okay.
So if we can just take them all together and then you do the block vote, if that makes sense. So sorry, my apologies.
Yes, we are not going to disenfranchise the lady member from Kimberback West. I'm going to insist on upholding her rights. Kimberback East. Oh, and the member from Bordentown West.
Mr. Chair, the proposition from the member from Georgetown Central is a reasonable one. I just wanted to make sure that the reasonableness extended 90 miles east of Easton, and I'm satisfied with his answer.
And you know, lady member, that of all people in this chamber that will make sure it goes to 91 miles would be the chair. So members, a few questions on the Cayman Islands National Authorities Board, I think it's now called.
Attractions Authority.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, can the Honourable Minister say an update on, unfortunately, the attraction has had some interesting media comments. I don't even know how to term them because they went a little bit all over the place. Can you give us an update on what transpired, where we're at, moving forward, what's going on?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as usual, I thank the member from Georgetown Central for a very good question. But at this time, I think most people here in this honourable House knows that there's currently an internal audit going on, and I'm not privy to answer anything at this time.
Totally understandable. Thank you so much.
Minister, can you therefore give a commitment that once that's done, you will provide a statement to Parliament at the earliest convenience?
Mr. Chairman, through you, if it doesn't get to you all before I do, you have our commitment.
Sounds like a leaky ship, but let's keep going. Sail on. Member from... Me either. And so since... Oh, sorry, Mr. Tatum. Mr. Tatum, member for Red Bay.
Sorry to disappoint you, sir. Just a few short questions. Queen Elizabeth II Botanic Park. Are there any improvements planned? Most of these are going to be based on improvements, but are there any improvements planned for the Botanic Park? And so could you say what they are?
Mr. Tatum, did I understand what you just said? Do you want to ask if there's any improvements across all the attractions?
Well, most of the
is-
questions I have is based on asking what improvements there are.
There you go. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you very much to the member Red Bay for asking that. Every day there's continuing plans for upgrades and maintenance. We had some issues at the Botanical Park a couple of months ago with some water intrusion, which has been taken care of. We're also at the Pedro Castle. They've done some fine refinishing to the nice mahogany floors inside the original building. And we were also on a tour at the Hell site a couple of months ago, and also we're looking at upgrading the gangway, the walkway over the rock formations. But there's always ongoing maintenance to be taken care of. The biggest thing that we have that we will want to plan is how are we going to incorporate the new purchase of the property at Pedro and continue to enhance Pedro and drive traffic there.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Mr. Chair, thanks for that. Because I was curious if there were improvements going to be done with Hell, because the last time I was there, it was not looking too good. I don't know the answer, but hence the question. But how they refer to the Hell geological site, is that privately owned or is that owned by government?
Honorable Minister.
Minister, through you, there's 3 parts that make up the geological equation, and one is the MacDomes, one is the Farringtons, and one is the Cayman Islands government.
Honorable member from Red Bay, continuing.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I guess we could ask what proportions, but is there a concern with regards to, if that's an important tourism site for us, is there a concern that at some point someone may decide, a private owner may decide to do something with it, and we then lose some or the bulk of that? I think you know where I'm going with this. We don't want a situation where if that's important to us, that it could be lost.
Honorable Minister.
I absolutely know where you're coming from. I agree with that. The previous minister, he saw the foresight to invest in the waterfront site there in town, because if you don't get it now, you'll never get it again. The 2 sites that you're speaking about, there are 2 families. I don't know if they're interested in selling, but I am sure and I'm hopeful that we could reach out to them if they did want to sell, that we'd have first option of refusal.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can add to that, being in previous land. Minister, if memory serves me right, there was an interest to sell to the government. It was a matter of the consideration that needs to be concluded. Because of being more than one family, they still had to come to a decision, but there was an interest to sell.
Thank you, Lady Member from Kimmerbrook East, for that information. And I know your knowledge and time and experience could be beneficial.
And I will end with this, sir, if I could.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you. I'm extremely glad to hear that improvements are going to be happening, because these are important sites for us, and they should never, ever be left to run down. There should be constant monitoring and repairs of these, especially if they're important tourism sites. But they're important to us as Cape Miners as well. So I'm happy to hear that, and I'm just hoping that there'll be ongoing repair works and not just waiting for them to deteriorate so badly. And this applies also to various sites in Kimmenbrack. Those aren't here, so I won't get onto those, but I'll discuss those with you offline. Thank you.
From Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, through you, thank you. Right now, the craft market is not screaming premier destination. Can the minister state whether there are any plans within this budget to improve the quality, the visitors' experience, and the design of the craft market?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, and I thank the member from Georgetown West to bring that up, because that is one of the areas that we're lacking. It's almost one of the first things that our visitors see when they get ashore is the tent that we have there as our craft market. I've spoken with the Minister, J. Banks of Planning, and he's here. And I would also like to possibly consider relocating that and improving that situation, because we just put a Cardinal Avenue as a pedestrian way, and I've spoken, this is to put maybe like small Cayman style kiosk and line that road up with that and have the traffic, not the traffic, but the pedestrian foot traffic go right through the center of our town, rather than being on the north side and skipping out a lot of stuff that's on the south side to see. But it does need improvement, and we're looking seriously at it.
Member from Georgetown West.
No other questions, Mr. Chair. We can do a block vote if you choose to, sir.
So, members, these are the TABs. So, as agreed, in accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether the honorable members approve the following items on the schedule, described as TAB 1, Management of Pedro St. James National Historic Site, in the amounts of $1,100,000 in 2026, $1,100,000 in 2027. TAB 2, Management of Queen Elizabeth II Botanic. $1,100,000. The appropriation bill has $1,100,000. So your document doesn't have the correct number, Minister. $1,100,000 in the appropriation bill. I can only read what we're going to vote on in the appropriation bill, which would be, so you get a bonus $100,000.
Mr. Chairman, I can move a motion right now to transfer that extra money someplace else right now, you know. Yeah.
Let me start again. In accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the items on the schedule described as TAB 1, Management of Pedro St. James National Historic Site, in the amounts of $1,100,000 in 2026 and $1,100,000 in 2027. TAB 2, Management of Queen Elizabeth II Botanic Park, $1 million in 2026, $1 million in 2027. TAB 4, Management of the Cayman Islands Craft Market, $150,000 in 2026, $150,000 in 2027. TAB 5, Management of the Hell Geological Site, in the amounts of $50,000 in 2026, $50,000 in 2027. Total bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items on the schedule are approved to form part of the bill. NGS 1, Organization, Administer, and Execute the Cayman Islands Fishing Terminal.
Mr. Chairman,
$30,000.
I know. I just want to confirm that the attention, we did some extra funding in the previous year for, I can't remember what they're called, the FADs, yes, the fishing attention attracting devices. Yes, fishing attracting devices, which we implemented so we can have more fishing tournaments here as a way of a tourism product. I want to make sure that they were installed and you're continuing to support this industry as it's another tourism sector.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question from the member of Georgetown Central. Not only am I happy to say that's been installed, but the amount of fish that people have caught there in the last 2 weeks and they can't get out is very upsetting. It's been it's been a very, very good investment, and a lot of our local charter boat captains are taking our visitors out there and showing them a very good Caymankind experience. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member. Same thing.
Excellent. So
I just want to say thanks for appreciating the hard work. Another example of but I'm quite sure you'll do some great things as you go along, but I appreciate the recognition.
are there any questions on NGS 7? Because I would love to take the next few as a block vote as well. Small business, management, small business development.
I actually have a question on small business development, Mr. Chairman.
So let's just take the question then on, in accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the questions whether the honourable members approve NGS 1 organization, administer and execute the Cayman Islands Fishing Tournament in the amounts of $30,000 in 2026, $30,000 in 2027 on the schedule to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 7, management of small business development.
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just in terms of management of small business development, what exactly does this vote entails?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, this is part of the Land and Sea Co-op that has been ongoing for several years now.
Okay, just checking. I was looking some money for a constituent of mine, so this ain't the vote for it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, you can move on.
That one is coming up in TP 122, and you can help them with the business plan. But we'll get there in a minute. No, very open trading. Advice. Member for any further questions on NGS 57? Because I would like to take a number.
For 57, you were dealing with NGS 7.
Oh, okay.
But I'm happy to ask.
In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as NGS 7, management of small business development in the amounts of $230,000 in 2026, $230,000 in 2027 on the schedule to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 57, gardening projects and landscaping, $4,000 in each year.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's a very small amount, but you see when you leave out Georgetown Central or Georgetown, we got a bit of an issue. And I think about the beautification committee that we have, whereby we fund beautification projects across the island. We fund West Bay, North Side, East End, all the places. But if you go to the description in the planning estimates under the line items of what it's supposed to do, it says to assist the West Bay Beautification Committee. What happened to Georgetown? What happened to West Bay? I mean, North Side and East End? Well, okay, if I'm not covered, Georgetown not covered. So why is it that there's a provision specific only to this district? I don't understand that.
It's a good question, honourable member. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, through you, to my knowledge, this is a purchase agreement with the Garden Club of Grand Cayman.
To beautify the
Well, it doesn't say to assist with the Garden Club of Grand Cayman. If you look at what it says, these are projects we wish to continue and starting for the period of 2026, 2027. And I don't want to list out all of them, but why are they saying assist the West Bay Beautification Committee? By all means, I'm not saying they don't deserve it, but fair is fair and right is right. The Beautification Committee, $125,000 for 2 years, which is $250,000, also helps with that. So if they want another committee to help, they can help the Georgetown Central, Scranton Committee too. It can't be only specific to one area. I don't understand that.
Minister, members, I see the point of principle that has been alluded to and made by the member. However, I think we all accept that national beautification falls under a different vote. And he is right. I'm not quite sure how this has been described. In the description, there seems to be something amiss, but Minister, maybe you can help us.
Mr. Chairman, through you, as I look at the description, I see many areas in Cayman that it helps. I see several or a few that are also in the Georgetown area, but it's not specifically say Georgetown. There's only one light item that says West Bay. I see Bordentown. I see a couple of schools in there, even to the hospice care center. But why did...
This seems to be quite a bit of work for $4,000, and
that's a good deal.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps it would be a better deal if that extra $100,000 that was a Scrivener's error was transported to this 4,000, might be a bit more meaningful.
And then share it up equally across the districts. But yeah.
Members, I think this seems to be something that's somewhat of a holdover, and I think perhaps we need the minister and his team to clean it up before the next budget, because I suspect this has to be a part of national beautification. I would hope so for $4,000.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note for the record, because it's so important. The Cayman Islands Garden Club, I do not want them to think for 1 second I'm suggesting they don't get this money. I'm just confused on the description where it's only specific to a committee, a West Bay committee. In the Honorable Backbencher for the government is fully aware there's a number of committees that we took money out of the beautification budget to help those committees. So what it seems like is the West Bay committee could tap into that as well as tap into this. So that's all I'm saying.
Yes, and I do have, I was provided a bit of information. I'm not sure if the minister has this or his team. My understanding is electronic means information flows very freely. Good that we're on YouTube. Apparently, the Garden Club mainly operates on volunteerism, and this is but a small item, and that this description is something that seems to be a bit old, and so they simply get differing groups with the specialist schools and other entities, then they just use this as a simple top-up. And the reason it's so low is that the majority of their work is done by the actual members who volunteer. And so we welcome the volunteerism, and I think we should support it, members.
Mr. Chair, we support it. We just want to make sure that the support is adequate.
And my understanding is that it is, and we perhaps for the next budget can look, and they also would have access to National Beauty, and I'm sure Ms. Heather will work closely with I think we can trust her to work closely with the Cayman Gardening Club, as it's a real passion she has. In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as NGS 57, gardening projects and landscaping in the amounts of $4,000 in 2026, $4,000 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Excellent negotiation by members of the committee. Thank you very much. TP12, tourism scholarships. As member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Chairman, did we clarify that the fact that the Miss Cayman scholarship was going to be addressed because it's no longer there now under the TP 67, just because of scholarships? Because if we're talking about scholarships and you move the Miss Cayman scholarship under TP 67, but you have an actual TP 12 for tourism scholarships, I don't understand why you would have moved it to.
Member, my understanding was, the minister can clarify, it's the sponsorship that was moved to TP 67. No, I think he said that and then clarified it. But minister, go please. I'm just remembering.
Remember, there was both. So let's hear the clarification.
Let's get it clarified. And your question is, where's the scholarship amount? Where is the sponsorship amount?
Yes, but why did we move, if he has moved the scholarship amount to TP 57, why would you do that when you have a line item TP 12 for tourism scholarships?
Minister, please clarify the position between the two.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And member from Georgetown Central, thank you for that. TP 12, the scholarship will go into that, and the sponsorship will go into TP 67.
Further questions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Lady member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, through you, thank you. Can the minister identify how many Caymanian students will be supported in the 2026-27 funding when it comes to scholarship?
Excellent question. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I'll get that information for you. Mr. Chairman, the answer is be based on the number of applications that come in.
How many are currently on scholarship? I think that's in the document. How many are currently that's not graduated?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the number of scholarships assisted in 2024 were 20, and the number of scholarships assisted in 2025 were 21.
All Caymanians, correct?
Member continuing.
Mr. Chair, through you, so what exactly are the mechanisms in place when it comes to job placements or jobs expectations upon graduation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, give me a minute, please. Mr. Chairman, through you to the member Georgetown West, we assist with the resume writing, the application filling out, and also the recruiting process to help them, and they are required to come back to Cayman. And it's all Caymanian.
Honorable member continuing.
Mr. Chair, through you, so no Caymanians have been placed in the ministry upon graduation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, member for Georgetown West, they are free to work wherever, not just within the ministry.
Or department.
Mr. Chair, through you, and so the answer is no. Is that correct?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, to the member Georgetown West, they will have to apply for a job if it's available.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Lady member from Cambridge Bragg.
can I assume then that the all of the members within the ministry are currently Caymanians.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the leader member of Kimmerbrook East, all are Caymanian except for one RERC and one fixed term contract. The fixed term contract is a research and digital manager.
So, Mr. Chairman,
The member from Kimmerbrook East continuing.
I just wonder if the Honourable Minister would take under active consideration that one of the scholarships, some specific PR could be done for that occupation so that the fixedness, and that's a new word, my friend from Newlands probably wink at that, he's very keen on correct pronunciation, but in a more serious note, so that it would perhaps only be for an X amount of years. We could have a Caymanian uptake a scholarship to go and train for that one position and come back.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you, Leader Member from Kimmerbrook East. I will put that forward to the ministry and for the powers who do the hiring, and I suggest that, and I welcome that as well.
Thank you very much, and I don't mean to be a stickler, but I'm aware, not just in tourism, but in education as well, that we invest, not just this government, but previous governments, a significant amount in the scholarship because they're no longer on bond with government for various reasons. We have our Caymanians coming back around and floating around and getting quite depressed because I've had to talk to several of them. And you're right, we as ministers can't get to hire them. So either we as Finance Committee put aside monies for hiring them, whether it's for internship because they get told they don't have experience, etc., because it's a huge equity investment in the Caymanians, as all governments should, but we may now have to ramp it up a bit more if the Constitution does say in Section 55 that we can't hire. But there's one thing that's ring-fenced for the elected government, and that's finance. So if we know that there's a problem, and obviously the budget's advanced, and I don't have the power to increase it. And I'm reasonable, I wouldn't expect the government to necessarily increase it now, but I would ask the government, and then from an innovative modality, to look at creating a vote, whether it's between Minister of Education or your good self, because I'm not sure whether you're administering tourism scholarships or you've given that to Education Secretariat, because there was some variance with that. But I really think that if we're going to be serious about hiring Caymanians when we come back, we have to put the money where our mouth is, because we are getting many young Caymanians being extremely depressed, not just here, but when we go overseas, they would come and meet you at the hotel, and there have been some serious issues with depression, because some of them just, quite frankly, don't want to come back to Cayman because they feel they don't have a job when they come back.
Honourable Member, if you permit me just very, very quickly, last night under the appropriations to the Deputy Governor, under OE 141, this budget is allocating monies for that very purpose under the Emerging Talent Program in the amounts of $1,125,000 in both 2026 and 2027 for that specific purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would take it that you, being the accountant or auditor that you are, would have taken the anticipated amount of return to subdivide it into that to make sure that they're not remnants on the sidewalk, but they all can have an equal opportunity and stand on a level playing field when they line up at Glasshouse.
I can certainly say that I'm trusting of the system to ensure that everybody who applies does have an equal opportunity for success. Thank you. Member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Chairman, I'm in a very awkward place right now, trying to balance the priorities. So I just want to acknowledge something. The post upon which you just spoke about, there's a human behind it, and there's a civil servant who is non-Caymanian, who has been working very, very hard for DOT. Probably one of the best skills researchers in the Caribbean, actually recruited from another country to come here and help us. And we balance that with the priorities that we're trying to ensure that Caymanians become the top priority, which it should be. But I say that now because I want the individuals, many of them, to know how much we appreciate while we go through this transition of trying to prioritize our people, because I cannot pretend to sit here like I don't know. It must be such a difficult task to sit here and listen to the transition of who you are in your job that you're currently in. It can't be easy. It cannot. I know it can't be. And I am stuck as a Caymanian because I need to make sure a Caymanian is in that post. But I also know that that human life has been helping our tourism product for so long. So I want him to know that I want that person to know we appreciate them. And it's a difficult task to get to build, to know people and appreciate everything they do, while at the same time trying to prioritize your people. Kind of not easy. You all don't know why he's sitting right in this room and while we're talking about him going. And I can't wrong us for doing that, because we have to prioritize our people. But we're going through some transitions in our country. It's going to be difficult, because they're good people. I'll leave it there.
In accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the items on the schedule described as TP12 Tourism Scholarships in the amounts of $1,450,000 in 2026 and $1,450,000 in 2027, and TP67 Sports and Cultural Tourism Programs Assistance in the amounts of $1 million in 2026 and $1 million in 2027, and TP122 Visitor Experience Development Grant, $250,000 in 2026 and $250,000 in 2027. To the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items on the schedule have been approved to be on the schedule to the bill. EI 49, Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to confirm that there's no intention to increase the cost of turtle meat for local Caymanians. So my only question around this area.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Member Georgetown Central, not as of today.
Mr. Chairman, through you, can the minister say over this budget cycle upon which we're discussing today, will there be any intention of increasing over the next 2 years?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, sir, the board will be discussing this as we go along.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything that this...
continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm certain that there would be opportunity or willingness to entertain a discussion of even necessary further funding for Turtle Farm to ensure that we do not increase the cost, particularly to Caymanians. It is our national dish, and I think that it would be quite difficult. What you're saying to me today is there's a possibility that turtle meat will increase, is what you said, because you haven't excluded it, period. And if there is a possibility, if it's a cost factor, maybe we can reconsider the allocated amount to ensure that the turtle meat stays at the price that it's at.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I thank the recommendation there from Georgetown Central, and we will definitely consider it.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Georgetown Central, continuing.
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't think the minister understands what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting for him to speak to his team. If the factor of a cost increase in the turtle meat is money related, I'm willing to move forward for an amendment for whatever the difference is, so that we can ensure that there's not a turtle meat increase. So we have to deal with it now. I'm trying to eliminate the potential for that to happen.
So, member, what I can say is that certainly none of this has come to caucus, and I can also assure the member that just like we prioritize multiples of millions of dollars, way more than this, to ensure a turtle flies, we will also subsidize the amount to require people to eat turtle. In accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule EI 49 Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Centre Limited in the amounts of $5 million in 2026 and $4 million in 2027 to the schedule, to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. EI 68, Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development. Member for Cayman Brac Central.
Cayman Brac Central.
Georgetown Central.
I like that one.
I was just seeing if everybody was paying attention. So, class, you get full marks.
My mother likes the sound that. She always wanted me to run in Cayman Brac.
They created that seat for you, buddy.
I think it'd probably be less. Anyway, let me leave that one alone. The EA 68. I noticed that there's a massive increase. From 82,000 to $500,000. I don't quite understand why it was that amount. And this has to do with 25 computer combos, website redevelopment, professional camera, lenses, video editing, computer, data center. They never did all this for me when I was minister. CO, can you explain?
Honourable Minister, can you give some insight into the necessity of the equity investments that are taking place in the ministry?
Mr. Chairman, through you, and thank you to the member for Georgetown Central. I also looked at this item, and one of the biggest cost factor in this, what has been given to me, is the website redevelopment for the Ministry of Tourism. Is what's the DOT, sorry, DOT.
In accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as EI 68, Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development, in the amounts of $500,000 in 2026 and $250,000 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. EA 159, Waterfront Tourism Experience.
Almost home, Mr. Minister. Almost home. Third base, almost home.
I think you've rounded the base. We're going to slide in.
Can you say why are we? You left 100,000 in 2026, 150,000 in 2027. You know that can't really do anything with the waterfront plans that was there. You have to explain what the intention is now moving forward.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, and thank the member for Georgetown Central once again. We're aware of the funding that's been allocated, but we want to get the property cleaned up, see what kind of repairs can be done to the dock. There's also some seawall and foundations out there that have some holes in it, possibly filling that in. But we want to get that ready to see what we can use it for. Right now, we haven't gone to the big, grander scale, but we just want to maintain it properly and go from there on.
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the Siemens Park that was going to be placed right there next to the Catboat Club is no longer planned at in?
Mr. Chairman, through you, member from Georgetown Central, not at present.
You don't plan to finish the park for the Siemens? That's what I heard?
At this time, we're just going to clean the property up properly and hopefully get the dock reinstated, and then hopefully we can use it, if Minister Ebanks and I work collaboratively together. That's one of the other points of entry we were talking about, bringing tenders into and spreading it around from North Georgetown and hopefully going up to West Bay at some time.
Okay, sir. I think you're going to get yourself in trouble with the Siemens with that, because we promised them, and your chief officer is fully aware, he should have advised you on that, because the Seafarers Park was supposed to go there, and now you're saying you're eliminating that, and that was part of the agreement to allow this location where the Siemens Park was before for the craft market to go.
Well, I'm not sure that the Honourable Minister said he was eliminating it. He did say that there were some other considerations, and I think both can work in hand.
Okay, well, hopefully he would seek some further support and funding later on to come back and do that.
Correct.
We support you on that.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, obviously we are at the end now of the appropriations for the minister.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that he would be ever so lenient. There was 3 questions that didn't fit neatly into any of these appropriations in a general term. I was hoping that you can ask him because it's tourism related, but they're not. Could have probably been best asked in the very first line item where policy governs
So,
it.
member, you missed the opportunity, and you're asking the chair to give you leeway to ask 3
Yes, sir,
additional
very
questions.
kind.
Is that
Yes,
the-
yes, very kind.
that
For the good behalf of people of the country.
Please proceed, member.
Thank you so much. You see, you're such a kind guy. I like you. The minister said that he supports continued growth in tourism. Is there any other hotels to be built or coming up that you're aware of, or are you in support in general of more hotels in the Cayman Islands?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we're also in conversation with the Mandarin Oriental out in Beach Bay, and I am all for any kind of development for future hotels, high-end hotels in this country, because at the end of the day, tourism has to grow, not only as a pillar, but also as a lifeline for our fellow Caymanians.
Thank you very much, Minister. The other question, in light of the conversation about conference market share opportunities for Cayman, the market share of conference tourism, and I see that the Honourable Premier is in full support and partnership with you on that. I really want the government to reconsider finding monies to support the Lion Centre redevelopment. I really think we could, the space is big. I think if you talk to DOT, maybe they can advise you on it. While I was minister, one of the things we'd like to potentially try to incentivize was a major hotel with conference spacing, because it depends on the square footage components. That I think the biggest one now is not Kimpton, is the new hotel, Ritz-Carlton. It has the biggest square footage, but it's not really focused on the other tier up that we can get business from that wants to come to Cayman. So if we want to get into that market share, we have to either invest in a conference center or incentivize a major hotel that have conference officing with larger square footage. So I think we can get local benefit as well as tourism conference business if we were to partner with the Lions Center. I'm just trying to see if there's appetite.
I'll ask for the Honorable Premier to respond.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, because this good question was raised, I think, yesterday or the day before. And I don't want it to get lost because we had a tongue-in-cheek moment about block voting. So let's just knock it on its head seriously. It is an undertaking we're prepared to take on board. It connects back to the point I made earlier in terms of the different types of conferences that is a blessing that's now coming to the country. So they're getting larger. So you made reference, or was it a member for Bordentown West, about the Cayman Captive, which is now the country's largest conference, which is going to happen next week. The Ritz is busting at the seams, which is a good thing. So there's a good synergy to be made between the conference visitors. Once it catches on year after year, they become friends with the taxi drivers. They become friends with the officers at the hotel. So that's the synergy we're looking for. So that's a space that we have to look at. In addition to that, you would have remembered this from last term. We're also trying to figure out whether or not there could be a PGA-rated golf course, which also complements financial services. The difficulty from talking to some of the developers is that it's a loss for them because it's open grounds and you have to pay maintenance and water. So we have to find the right model, but that doesn't mean it isn't worth exploring. So now that we're getting larger, we're attracting more conferences, we're going to have to innovate.
Last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have been so gentle with me, and I appreciate that. The last question is, there's been a big talk and discussion for many, many years about new attractions. And I want to make some suggestions to you to consider, because we do need to build some new Stingray cities, if you dare say that. We've seen models of sinking ships. I think you could consider sinking a plane somewhere else to bring some more dive sites. And I know the good people of Northside and East End have always been talking about this other Stingray city. There's a particular place in East End that harbors a lot of stingrays after the fishermen go fishing that they implemented it. So I'm asking the minister to consider investigating these a little bit further. I did speak with the Honourable Minister J.E. Banks, who were talking about some of these initiatives, but I think we should definitely dive deeper into the second Stingray city in the Eastern Districts, because it can help a lot more business in East End and Northside and bring more attractions. But what I must say I didn't hear today is a lot of new things. There's a lot of the same, which is good, because it makes me feel good that you continue the things that I started, but I haven't heard anything new. I got to be honest with you. I'm still waiting for something new to say, what are you going to do? So where is the boldness? Where are we going to step out of it and try something new? And I think starting a potentially new Stingray city in East End is a good one, or potentially I know there's some planes that we have captured here that can be sunk as an option if you talk to DOE. And I can't say I got the idea by myself. Jay was a key component for that. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for today's questioning.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question from the member Georgetown Central. I think I'd be saying that over my head all night when I go to bed. But I just want to, recognize what he's saying about another Stingray city. When I spoke earlier, we touched briefly on that, because there is a special spot in East End. And this is when I say about growth tourism. We need to expand it across the island as well, because we talk islands. Sorry. But getting it from all two sides. But a lady member from Kimmerbrackish, you missed my statement when I spoke about our meetings with the cruise lines, and also want to bring some participation into the BRAC.
Heard it on YouTube.
Okay, good. How do it look? So, so going back to the member from Georgetown Central, I do agree, and I will be working collaboratively with Minister Catherine Wilkes and her department and how we can go about implement some of these new attractions, because some of the wildlife attractions, you know, in the water and on land are definitely needed. We have to give more to the people that are coming down and just increase their time here. Thank you.
Final question, the member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Deputy Premier. Deputy Premier, you mentioned the Mandarin Hotel at Beach Bay. There is construction taking place right now. Is it the hotel that's being built there now, or is it the residences?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the knowledge that I've received, and Minister Ebanks, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is both.
The plan is both, and my understanding is just the residences at this stage.
Just the
plan is for both,
residences?
yes.
Okay. I know, and the other question I wanted to ask through you to the Minister, Deputy Premier, there was a request or there were efforts, I think, to extend the Mance Road down to the property to tie in with Beach Bay Road so that there was more than one entrance and exit to the property. Do you know if that has been completed?
I direct that question to the Minister responsible for roads.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to thank the member from Georgetown East for the question. It was just recently, while we were in the Parliament here, the members from the Mandarin actually has written to us about the extension of that road and wanting to get the go-ahead to complete the extension, but it's only not going to go all the way up to Mandarin. They're building it pretty much halfway. There is another developer that is in the phases of looking at building out the other section to meet them back in the connecting these halfway from the Mandarin up to Mance Road.
Thank you.
In accordance with Standing Order 8033, put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as EA 159, Waterfront Tourism Experience, in the amounts of $100,000 in 2026 and $150,000 in 2027. To the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved as a schedule to the bill. And members, that concludes the appropriations to the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Trade Development. Honourable Minister, would you like to give some brief closing remarks? Brief.
I promise I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the Premier, thank yourself, and thank my colleagues for the guidance and the help that you've all provided for me over the last couple of months in preparing this. And I also want to thank the opposition, because not only did you question me, but I also learned a lot from that side today as well, that they want to continue to work together collaboratively, because the end result is we want to make sure a better Cayman for better Cayman and for more successful Caymanian. I also want to thank my CEO, Strand Bodden, the Director of Tourism, Ms. Rosa Harris. I could not absolutely forget Ms. Gina Matthews and the rest of the team in the ministry, and also of our companies like the Turtle Center and Pedro and Botanical Park and Cayman Airways. It's a handful, but we're proud of what we have. We have something special here. I'll beat that drum again. And we must be proud and continue to preserve Cayman for Caymanians, and we're also willing to share it in a balanced way. But thank you all very, very much for everything, and God bless you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you so much, sir. I just want to take this opportunity to also thank the staff, my former team. Continue to do the great work which I know you're going to do, and I'm very happy to hear today that the Minister now thinks we have a good tourism product. He knows what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. And again, on behalf of the committee, I certainly thank all those who are in attendance, even those who didn't have to get conferred. Thank you for attending this meeting of the Finance Committee. And I'll end with this, and I want the Ministry of Finance to make note. For too long over the last, I'm going to say, decade and a half, probably 2 decades, we have allowed my old industry, because of its direct contribution dollar-wise to the government budget, to create a narrative in the country of value to the economy. And so we need to have a refreshed look at economic impact and what the true economic impact is using a real economic model. Because dollars to government revenues is but one measure of value to an economy. And so we do need to do this to ensure that this country truly understands the true impact of 3 sectors. That is tourism, financial services, and development. And I think development is also underappreciated in this country because we don't see the exact dollar amount value necessarily flowing into government coffers, which is a neat and easy measure. At this point,
Mr. Chairman?
Member for Bordentown West.
I'm actually glad you mentioned that, because one of the things I was going to mention to you offline, but since you brought it up publicly, it's fine. When you're going through the different budget documents, and we're looking at the part that deals with the ministries and the departments, there's an area there that deals with risk. And just about every single budget document under the impact of those risks with financial has the word unquantifiable. And I think if we're going to sit here and run over $1 billion per year in expenses, and we can't sit down and quantify the dollar risk to our budget after spending more than $500 million in staff costs, I think something is fundamentally wrong. So I definitely welcome that approach, and I know part of your budget reforms will address those issues. So I am glad you actually raised it, and I'm very happy to hear you say it.
Thank you, Member. NCFC innovating. Lunch break until 3:15. Thank you, members, and please be back on time because we will be starting, and I can promise a block vote will be taken once I have a quorum if members are not here.